All right, hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream. Today is currently December 7th. I'm your head trader here, Curtis Scout, and jumping on the mic. We have 6 minutes till the open. We're looking at the S&P gapping up yet again. So it's interesting to see that we gapped up yesterday, triggered a huge sell-off off of that data, and now we're gapping up again on the initial job loss claims that came in line with market participants' expectations, and we're gapping up again. It's a pretty big gap up on the S&P 500. All indices are currently red, with the QQQ being up the most. So clearly, if you're looking to go long, the tech stocks are acting well. However, there's still weakness in Microsoft today. That mega cap is not performing, and NVIDIA's up 0.34%, Tesla's up about 1%, AMD's the big winner right now, up 3.21%. So what we're looking here is a potential fade play. The level I like on the SPY for a fade, it's actually in this vicinity right now. But if we push up past that 457 level on the SPY, which would be right around this area here, that's where we look to short this market. You know, we have or start a short. If we throw a fib retrace on, we're past the 50% retrace of that whole down move yesterday. So this is technically a good area to begin a short. However, if you're a little bit more conservative, 457.10 is the 618 zone. So definitely, and that kind of confluences with the center point of this parallel channel that we've been chopping in. So that's the big area that I'm looking for a quick push to, and then rejection. So keep that level on your chart. Okay. What else are we looking at? AMD is strong today. So I'm actually thinking AMD is going to get faded just like NVIDIA did yesterday. AMD had that huge reversal yesterday, and now it's trading all the way up to 120.75 on the charts. So technically speaking, on the daily chart, it's still inside of this bearish candle. You're in these two resistance trend lines, but it is acting well at this point in time. All right, so the SPY is continuing to push up here. 4,693. All right, so AMD, I'm looking at a day trade short in and around this vicinity, maybe this pivot high around 121. 120.34 was a decent resistance, but we're now above that. I'm just going to mark the pre-market high. Bitcoin's down about 0.85%. All right, so big push here on AMD. I just picked up a short on AMD right here at this pivot. So 121. I got filled actually at 121.06. 121.06. We are short AMD at 121.06. Don't need those on. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's from yesterday's day trade long. All right, so we're short AMD already. I am looking at some longs, but AI is on watch right now for a long trade, but it hasn't hit my level quite yet. So let's just see what happens here. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of a move up, but Coinbase is diverging. Kind of interesting there. Apple had a pretty big surge there, making a new pre-market high back to the 193.66 zone. All right, markets are set to open here very shortly. All right, get ready for the market open here. Dollar week yields are up. All right, 10 seconds left to the open. AMD is continuing to push just a little bit. All right, mega caps are slightly fading from the highs. Apple's all the way up, gapping up. All right, look at that SPY 457 level. So if we pierce that level, it is a short. Qs are hitting good resistance right now. AMD reversing pretty hard, so that's beautiful to see. I like seeing AMD. All right, I'm grabbing a Google short. I'm looking at that name at 136.14. I just got filled on a Google short, 136.14. SPY's hitting that retrace. I'm short SPY as well. SPY is hitting that retrace there. Short SPY. Let's look at the shorter term time frame. Big reversal on AMD. All right. I'm exiting AMD here, 119. Look at that reversal. 119.63. I just got covered at AMD. 119.63. What an epic trade here. What an epic trade. Beautiful to see. So now we're just monitoring a SPY short, a SPY short. SPY. Let's see what else is moving. Meta, Google performing well. Apple's still reversing. Tesla's coming down, reversing from the highs. Still short the SPY here. Let's flip to the 1 minute chart. CMD. So that was ended up being a good little area on AMD. Bitcoin's trying to make a move higher, so is Coinbase. Nat Gas is trying to put in a little bit of a potential bottom. MLGO's up another 50% today. Jesus crikey Moses. Bitcoin's trying to make a move up here. Apple's at the highs. So we're still short the SPY at this range. We are just waiting patiently. We already covered a banger on AMD, so good job if you took that. All right, SPY is now coming down. Let's see if the markets give up this rally. Seeing weakness in the Russell, so the Russell small caps are certainly showing some weakness. All right, we can play AMD again, actually. We can play AMD on the short side yet again. So 120.53, I just shorted AMD here, 120.53. So that was our previous. SPY is pushing. The SPY is pushing. Semis are acting well. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here. All right, AMD is now coming in a little bit. Let's see how our SPY short is doing. So we're still short this SPY, waiting patiently. Apple looks like a little bit of a short here. AMD is still trying to run. Meta is getting a huge pop here. So we may see capital rotate out of Google into Meta. Meta is actually getting a big pop. All right, I just added to my AMD there at 122.15. 122.15. We added our second entry short on AMD, 122.15. AMD is still pushing here. The Russell's still acting pretty poorly here. AI is down 10.7. Mega cap strength is still continuing. AMD is still pushing up here. Next ad level is right at this 122.75 area. So this is our average on AMD. We're slightly out of the money, but we are seeing the SPY now coming in just a little bit. And I'm seeing Microsoft faltering, giving a lot of its gains back. Google's up 5%. Whoa. SPY's acting well here, trying to make another push. SPY's continuing to grind higher here. All right, I just added to AMD there, 122.90. 122.90. Wow, what a ripper. So it brings the average up to 122.34. SPY's continuing to push. So the SPY is currently rallying up 0.5%. Qs are up 1%. Russell's negative. Bitcoin's negative. Coin's negative. Semis are acting very, very strong here. All right, so we're just waiting on AMD. The next ad level on AMD is basically now we're above that huge reversal candle. The next ad level is, just bear with me here, around 123.50. 123.50-ish, 123.47, give or take. Still waiting on the SPY short. Seeing Tesla faltering here, so Tesla's now making new lows despite the strength in the Qs. So that is great for our little Tesla short. Tesla's losing pre-market low. Every other mega cap is pretty much above pre-market low except for, yeah, every other mega cap is. All right, a little bit of a dip there. Yields are still positive on the session. VIX is up 1%. Tesla's still falling. So watch for weakness in Amazon now with Tesla falling. Consumer discretionary stocks under a little bit of pressure this morning. Clearly some strength in AMD, semis, Apple, Microsoft starting to fall a little bit now. We have some small caps like Fisker up 9%. We took a long yesterday on FSR. Beautiful. Boom, we just took a banger trade on Fisker. That is beautiful to see. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you very much. We'll take that. What else are we seeing? Strength in, still that MLGO is put. Tesla's still falling here. AMD is still holding up. Excuse me. All right, AMD, we're basically back to entry. SPY, we're in the money. AMD, we're in the money. I'm also going to take RWM. I'm going long RWM. Long RWM right here at 23.47. Long RWM. That's a short on the Russell. It's a 1/4 entry, but we're long IWM. RWM, sorry. All right, AMD, we're nicely in the money now. That's beautiful to see. This market's looking potentially a little bit tired again. But Meta's still acting well. Microsoft's about to potentially lose pre-market high. Apple's just ripping while the SPY's falling. Very interesting. Still holding a SPY short. I just went long CMND at 378. Long CMND. This is super, super risky. All right, SPY's coming back down again, so our short, we're just waiting on our AMD short, our SPY short as well. Tesla's still falling here. I repeat, Tesla is still falling. There's a potential bounce level on Tesla around the 232 area. So pay close attention to that because I do think that we could come lower. All right, Microsoft is losing pre-market high. Coin is pushing up with Bitcoin. All right, I'm going to move a stop loss in the money on the SPY here, just to about that pivot. I just want to protect that trade. Let's take a look at AMD. That one's still just hovering off our level. All right, AMD just dipped there. We're still holding short, still short the SPY. And long CMND. This one's super, super risky. All right, we're seeing mega caps now pulling in from the highs. Apple's pulling in from the highs. Microsoft's falling. So you have Microsoft down 0.4, Tesla down 0.6. You have NVIDIA up 0.8, and Apple's up 1%. So we're just short. Good morning, Casey Lewis. Pleasure to have you back here on the stream. We are short AMD here at this 122.33. We have a half position, three-quarter position. We're also shorting the SPY, which we're in the money, and we have a protective stop in place. Okay. We're long CMMD. What was that alert? I just got an alert. Just excuse me there. What was that alert there? NRSN, I believe. NRSN. All right, so now small caps are seeing some rotation in. All right, I'm going to cover half my AMD here. I'm going to cover half my AMD and my SPY, half my SPY, and move my stops down. So I covered half of the AMD trade right at that 121.85. So we banked a nice little gain, a second gain again. And basically now I'm going to put a regionals are acting well. Regional banks are acting well today. Meta's now pulling in from the highs. Microsoft's about to test pre-market low. Tesla's still weak today. SPY's still weak. Dollars down, yields are up. VIX is up 1%. Coinbase is trying to push up. Bitcoin may be putting in a little inverted head and shoulders. Actually, no, that doesn't. Yeah, it could work. It could work. It's about to test the neckline here. Big push on the SPY. Remember, we have a stop loss in the money on the SPY, which we'll abide by. And then if it retests these high pivots, we'll reshort the indice. But markets are moving up. Tapping pre-market high on the SPY. Bitcoin's trying to push up here. All right, SPY got rejected there. Still technically okay. Nat gas is trying to move up. This BSFC, watch BSFC. It's a super, super risky stock. Volume starting to increase. It's testing a potential neckline break. Bitcoin's still trying to move. You have Microsoft still weak on the session. I'm seeing NVDA starting to curl over, potentially to the downside. Although it is inside of a bullish 10-minute candle, lowering on volume for the pullback. Still hanging on to our SPY short and half our AMD short. We're basically flat on AMD. SPY's now coming in some more. All right, we're seeing the SPY really falling here now. So that was good to hold on to our short. We're seeing Tesla still getting demolished. Apple's now testing pre-market high. Microsoft is in between pre-market high and low. Still holding on to the SPY short. I'm going to move my stop down a little bit more now to 456.83. I'm still holding an AMD short, which is in the money. Bitcoin's testing a neckline break. Look at it's actually trying to break out on some volume. What I want to show you here on the chart, look at this inverted head and shoulders. We're testing that neckline basically momentarily. It is trying to break out. It is breaking out here, so this is a potential long trade. This one could get squeezy. I'm going to go long BSFC here, and then if we get a close back below. So I'm long for a day trade at the 1607 mark. Let's see if we can squeeze. Let's flip back to the SPY. Flip back to that SPY chart. We did just get stopped out of our SPY there for a nice little gain. We did get stopped out of SPY. Still holding an AMD short. All right, I'm going to actually now. Oof, this is some risky business here. Big wick on Microsoft. Bitcoin's actually trying to break out now. You've had Coinbase go from red to green. Red to green. Still holding an AMD short, just waiting on the SPY. Let's see how AMD's doing. I'm still holding an RWM long again, which has actually rallied. So I'm going to add to my RWM again. I'm going to add it right here at 2337. 2337. I just added to my RWM. That brings my average down to 2342. AMD is still trying to hold on to its gains here. All right, big fall in AMD there. Big fall in AMD. I'm still riding it. Come on, baby. All right, I'm going to move a break, an in-the-money stop here at 122.06. So that's protecting that trade now on AMD. We are protecting that trade. All right, look at this BFC go. We're up nicely on BSFC. It is starting to make another move to the high side. Volume is coming in. It's going to put pressure on this market for sure. I am seeing the Dixie trying to move up here. Look at that big Dixie bar. We could be seeing the gap and crack take hold again, but mega caps are still acting resiliently strong. Yes, they are. All right, I'm shorting the SPY here, 456.60. 456.60. It's a starter position on the SPY. 456.60. Let's pull up that SPY chart. So we've taken profits on our SPY trade. We've taken profits on AMD twice. We're still riding another one. We now have a SPY short, again at 456.60. It's a starter position on the SPY. Basically, I'll add at this. If we push back up to that 618, up there at 457.10, I will add again. Bitcoin's trying to make another move up. All right, super high risk trade. Very high risk trade, what I'm about to do. NRSN. I'm going 67-cent level. NRSN. This is a very speculative therapeutics biotech name, but I am long at the 67-cent level. 67 cents, very small position sizing. Divide your position risk into 4. It's an entry, but it's a small size. I think we can at least get a move back to gap fill, potentially even higher. We are long NRSN. Stop loss is a close below this pre-market. All right, Bitcoin's acting well. It's trying to push up here. Tesla's still weak on the session. Amazon's acting well, though. Amazon's getting a little bit of a boost higher. It's up 1%. Microsoft's still down 0.4. Apple's up 0.89. Meta's up 1.16. Google's the standout, up 5% today. Nat gas has almost gone from red to green. It was down a couple percent in the pre-market. Nice little potential shift. Are we going to see capital rotate out of the tech space into energy? Perhaps. All right, AMD is now coming down some more, so we're still riding a short on AMD. That's coming down more now. Still have a SPY short and an AMD short. SPY we're flat. We have a Russell short. AMD's coming in nicely. Look at this fall on AMD. This is fucking beautiful. Let's go, man. Come on. All right, I'm moving my stop down on AMD now to 121.90. This is pre-market high. If AMD loses pre-market high, we could test gap window at 119. All right, big reversal candle on Bitcoin there. It tried breaking out of a little 10-minute inverted head and shoulders. Whew, I gotta take my sweater off. It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here. Still. Dixie's softening just a little bit here. The IWM still up 0.23%. Qs are still the strongest indice. Dun, dun, dun. SPY's still trying to come down here. SPY might be trying to put in an inverted head and shoulders here. We have to be careful of that. What is that ticker? CVSA? Save Foods Inc. Jeez, it's so wild how some of these stocks get these massive moves. So wild. All right, the SPY is trying to actually put in a potential bullish pattern here to move a little bit higher. So we're going to watch that closely. Nat gas is almost positive. Oil's up about 1.27% today. Coinbase is pushing up as well. All right, I'm about to add to my SPY short, but it's risky here because we are seeing it potentially trying to break out of a little inverted head and shoulders. All right, I just added at 457.05. 457.05, I just added to my SPY short. So that now is a half position short the SPY, averages at 456.81. The big level in the SPY is basically this little bit of a neckline potential. You do have a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders forming. So we do want to kind of respect that initially. All right, SPY getting rejected there. Big rejection on SPY. Nice. Fuck yes. Let's go. Come on, baby. Get rejected. Get rejected. Still holding AMD short. Still holding a BSFC long. Look at that. Still holding an inverted head and shoulders though on the SPY. So we're still short. We are still short the SPY. Long CMND, slightly out of the money. Long BSFC, long RWM. Google's now pulling in a little bit more. Amazon's under pre-market high and finding rejection there. Microsoft is under pre-market high. Apple's above pre-market high. Tesla's below pre-market low. So if Tesla pops to 240, it is another short trade. It will be another short trade. Qs are retesting pre-market highs. SPY's pre-market high is sitting right at this 456.94 level, 456.94. Keeps finding rejection at this 456.94 level. Bitcoin, dollar's trying to still move up a little bit here. NVDA is trying to break out now. Oh, Microsoft's catching a bit, so the Qs are probably going to get a big rally here. New neckline in place for the SPY. I will draw the previous one in there as well. Let's see where the upside target takes us to. Still some hard rejection here. Upside target on SPY is here. AMD is about to stop us out. Still holding an in-the-money stop on AMD. Slightly out of the money on SPY. SPY is breaking out here. SPY's breaking out, so I'm not going to add to the position. I'll only add once it achieves upside target here and at the top of the channel. Those will be the ads. I'm still going to hold it though. AMD stopped us out at 121.90. We did get stopped out on AMD, 121.90. Everything is moving up now. Big push on AMD. It is another short trade, a little bit higher. But big rally coming in the Qs. Mega cap tech is leading this march higher. Microsoft's about to go green, so is Tesla. All right, I'm re-short AMD here. Tapped our entry again, 122.32, short AMD again. Same entry, it's a starter position. It is a starter position. So we're short AMD again at that same level, 1/4 entry. We are also still short the SPY, but out of the money, waiting here. You can see it's kind of breaking and basing above these pivots. Let's erase that one. Inverted head and shoulders is in play, but we'll see. SPY is continuing to push. We are seeing the markets continuing to push. SPY is continuing to push here. We will add at the top of our channel here. All right, Tesla's coming up into a short zone as well. So keep Tesla on watch. All right, Tesla, if it hits 240, we're short Tesla. If it hits 240, it's almost there, a few pennies away. AMD's ripping again. Bitcoin's trying to push up yet again. So Tesla 240, we'll short it. Let's check on our AMD trade. I think it is just slightly above our level. Pierced it, trying to get above. You do have this resistance trend line, just a simple downsloping trend line, nothing more, nothing less. I think you could come down a little bit, create a little bit of a right shoulder here on AMD before we break out. So watching that closely. AMD will add at the high. AMD we will add at the high of the session. All right, SPY is now coming in just a little bit, still holding short. Oh yeah, I believe I just got filled on Tesla as well. Yep, we did get filled on Tesla, guys, right at that 240. It wicked there to the penny. Exactly to the penny. So we're short AMD, we're short Tesla, we're long a couple other stocks, long the RWM. SPY still hasn't achieved the next target where I'm comfortable shorting. Good morning, Sandeep. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Natural gas is almost flipped to the positive side. So you still have the mega caps ripping this market higher. Qs are up 1%. Russell's up half. SPY's up 0.6%. All right, big drop there on AMD. Big drop there on AMD. Will we see this market get faded at all? Time will tell. But Apple's strong, Google strong, Meta's strong, Amazon strong today. NVIDIA is still pushing up here. Google's seeing some profit taking. It is consolidating on declining volume though. I'm getting a squeeze on GME here. Let's take a peek. Let's see some of these squeezy names. What is it, 457.90-ish? I'm actually tempted to add here. All right, I just added to my SPY short there, 457.94. 457.94 brings average up to 457.25. All right, and then final add is all the way up here at the top of the channel. So I'll move that here. So we have the level isolated. We have achieved the upside target. Let's see what type of action we now get. Still holding an AMD short. Tesla short. Tesla's moving up. Next add level on Tesla's at 241. 241. NVIDIA's up 1.4. Apple's up 1.3. AMD's up 4.8. So let's see if SPY retests. We're up into a pretty decent fib level here. Still making lower highs on the chart. So potential inverse head and shoulder. No, that's not the pattern. I apologize. But we're just waiting on this market. Things are still uptrending. SPY's acting well. Qs are acting well. Russell's acting well right now. AMD's pushing up, so I'm going to add to AMD short at 122.80. So I'll pull that up on the chart just so we can see. 122.80. We're almost there. Although this could be forming a little inverted head and shoulders itself. So maybe there's a potential to cut this for a loss. Let me just take a peek here. See what the rest of the semis are doing. You see tech is very, very strong right now. I mean, this upside target on AMD is pretty big, so I may actually just get out of the way. I'm just going to see how it reacts at this pivot. So we're slightly out of the money on AMD and SPY. All right, I just added to AMD there, 122.82. 122.82. So it brings us up to 122.55. And since we have triggered an inverted head and shoulders on AMD, I'm looking for a retrace back to the neckline here, and then I may just cover it to get out. I may cover it. But massive rally in the Qs. Massive rally in the Qs. All right, so we're break even on AMD, touching there. Let's see if we get one more little dip. Tesla, we're in the money. SPY is coming down a little bit. I'm just going to hold. We haven't really had a decent retrace yet in the SPY. Tesla's losing that 240 level again. All right, AMD's pushing up a little bit more now. Hanging man on the 1 minute candle. SPY is finding some selling pressure here in the near term. Yields are still positive on the session. The 2-year yield's negative, the 10-year yield's up, so we might be entering a stage where instead of being in a bull steepener in the last few months, we could be entering a bear steepener again, where the 10-year closes the distance between the 2-year yield and the 10-year. So back to AMD here. So the semis are acting very, very strong and well. All right, SPY is losing the short-term moving average. Meta's testing double top. AMD's still trying here. Bitcoin's moving up. Bitcoin's now up on the session nicely. Up. Sorry, it went from red to green. Testing that 43,790 level. A retrace to the previous breakdown zone. Coin is up nicely. Coin's actually up a couple percent here, 2.24%. AMD's still up 5.2. Microsoft's still trying to move up. Tesla's still holding that short. It's getting rejected at 240. AMD's now above 123. AMD's pushing off of that news. All right, I just added there that Pierce 123.28. Average now is 122.99. All right, and then the final ad, because we haven't got a dip, is all the way up here at the upside target. SPY is pushing up. Amazon, Bitcoin still pushing. What a move on AMD. Wow. Natural gas is ripping here. It went from red to green. Natural gas inventories are out, so the reaction is positive for the time being. All right, AMD is still surging here. SPY is also still pushing up. We have one more entry to add on AMD. Unfortunately, this trade is against us right now. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Very, very strong market with the mega caps leading the charge higher off of that gap up. Upside target on SPY was achieved, and we're still trending higher here. It makes me think we want to test the top end of this channel. Dixie's making new lows here, so it's putting another tailwind for the market. Dixie is making new lows. NVIDIA is up 1.4. VIX is only down by 0.8% despite the rally. You know, you have the Q's up 1.16, the SPY up 0.7, and IWM up 0.58. So people are still buying some downside protection here despite this market rally. You've had Bitcoin go from red to green. You've had natural gas go from red to green. Oil's up on the session. Yields are still negative. Apple's getting rejected at high of day. All right, AMD is now softening just a little bit here, pushing right back up on the SPY ETF. Still amazing strength in the market. All right, Microsoft seeing another wave of selling that should hinder the SPY ETF here. QQQs. Let me show you what the Qs are running into here. This resist. So this is QQQ trend line of resistance we're running into. And actually, this is looking like a whoa. Holy frick. Look at this potential inverted head and shoulders. This would be a freaking shocker. Oh my goodness. Wow. That would be a pattern that not even I expected to play out. That would take us to new highs on the Qs. Now, that is a bullish pattern on the Qs, but we haven't got that neckline. And remember, we still have that bear gap. I guess we filled it on the Qs. All right, so we're just going to watch that QQQ pattern, because if that breaks out, I mean, oof, it's a pretty big upside move that could occur. I don't think it'll happen today. I'd be really, really shocked if it happened today. It's certainly not my base case, but you just never know. You just never know. AMD's pushing up yet again. SPY's breaking, basing on that head and shoulders target. We are seeing some individual names, some squeezers. Bitcoin's hitting some resistance right now. Microsoft selling. Apple's still holding at high of day. Meta, double top rejection. Amazon looking like double top rejection. NVIDIA is trying to break out. Tesla's still struggling. It is one of the mega caps that are the weakest today. All right, final ad on AMD is coming up here. I do like the 124 pivot pierce zone. Excuse me, I just got to take a sip of water here. I'm feeling parched. So SPY is still trying to trend, basically moving inverse of the dollar. VIX just went back to the green side again. Super strange price action here. Very strange. So we're in the money on our Tesla. We're out of the money on AMD. We're out of the money on SPY. We already closed an AMD winner. We already closed an SPY winner. Sorry, 2 AMD winners. So we're kind of still, well, we are net positive right now. But obviously we don't like the fact that these trades are right now currently going against us in the near term. Still lots of time. You know, you have Google up huge on the session. Dollars going lower, yields are higher still. Apple and NVIDIA are the strong mega caps. Obviously AMD's kind of a large cap, still holding up very, very well. If we lose this little pivot zone on SPY, in the city of Gotham, we keep it rocking. Wow, AMD's about to tap that area, that 124 area. SPY is just softening just a tad. 124 Pierce we will add on AMD. 124 Pierce I will add on AMD. So watch that closely. The 124 Pierce level I will add on AMD. Microsoft. Amazon's still pushing. That's helping Tesla as well. SPY's still just consolidating here.
Not too much of a board that's red right now. We have some sectors that are really green, others that are a bit more mixed, but definitely to the downside. Health technology here, Eli Lilly and
All right, SPY's now starting to see a little bit of weakness, very minuscule amount. Still super strong on the session. Now it's coming in a little bit more. Amazon getting rejected at high of day. Meta, Apple, all getting rejected at high of day. Look at that big drop on the SPY ETF. Here we go. That's a big, big down candle on SPY. I think we should retest at least these high pivots. And then if not this neckline, where pre-market low is all the way down here at 455.33. Pre-market highs at 456.94. I think we test pre-market high again. I would not be shocked if we do. So we're just waiting on this market. Right now, the indices are very strong. The QQQ tech heavy sector is the strongest. It's up 1.15%, but I am seeing Microsoft red on the session despite the QQQ up. Huge. That's a very, very rare discrepancy to happen. And when I see the second largest company in the world going negative when the Qs are up over 1%, something ain't right. Something doesn't smell right. For Microsoft to be red when the Qs are green is very, very rare. Very peculiar. It happens from time to time, but either Microsoft's going to try to go green or it's going to keep selling. But you think about the weighting of the indice and how much weighting. Microsoft's the second heaviest weighted company in the Qs. And, for it to be seeing that type of money flow and still red is kind of shocking. All right, AMD, I just added to my AMD short here at 124.05. 124.05. Upside target has been achieved, and we are trying to squeeze through that. So now my average, that's a 3/4 position. The final add I will add is all the way basically 40 to 50 cents higher on market. So we are out of the money, but I am expecting at least a small retrace. I mean, if you just do a 50% retrace from the high to the low on AMD here, even the small retrace level 236 puts you back to 122.41. And this is just today's move. All right, SPY is putting in a little bit of a bear flag here. We're still short the SPY, we're short the Russell, and we're short AMD. See here, just want to take a peek. Apple's still strong, Microsoft's still selling. Tesla, I'm just going to add to Tesla. It hit that 241 level, so we added a second entry short on Tesla. I'll pull it up here momentarily. So we have a half position, 3/4 position in AMD, and a half position short in Tesla. I'm seeing Amazon still finding a little bit of sellers here. Nat gas is back to the negative side. So the average on Tesla now is sitting at 240.50. SPY is coming down. All right, I just added to AMD there 124.48. That's D 124.48. Right up here. That is the final entry. I will not add to the position. So now it's a matter of, do we get to see this stock pull in at all? It's just surging up here, up over 6.7%. My average now is sitting at 123. I'm just going to change this here. 123.84. Now if we did a FIB retrace from the high, it's still surging here. Holy moly. What a powerhouse. All right, we're seeing Bitcoin getting rejected. Tesla's still acting okay. Microsoft is still negative. Let's flip back to the SPY because we're still putting in a little mini bear flag. Dollar's trying to bounce here. Oh my God, AMD is just ripping. It may make a new high. It's going for the new high, AMD. What a rip. Diverging from the markets. So we'll add to Tesla at 242, basically every dollar higher. We're about 50 cents out of the money. That's okay though. Wow, AMD is just a powerhouse stock. It's now up to 142.82. SPY is starting to make a bear flag. So AMD is diverging the semiconductors up here. Wow, AMD's at 125 now. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. 125.19. AI mania is hitting AMD hard and heavy. So that was your upside target. We should get a pullback at some point on AMD. I mean, this thing's just going vertical. There should be a pullback, especially since the market is weak. So it seems like a lot of money flow is now flowing into AMD, potentially out of NVDA. SPY bear flag is still in play here. Tesla's pushing up here as well. Microsoft is still down, even though the Qs are up 1.19%. Dollar's still at the lows of the session here. Take a look at AMD. It's just continuing to surge here. I'm not covering at the high. I'd rather just hold this over as a swing trade since I do expect a little more downside in the market. SPY bear flag looking to potentially break here. I'm seeing now the Russell breaking down. So the Russell is breaking down here. This is our RWM play. So the Russell IWM is trying to break and base above this previous pivot zone, this gap fill. It's trying to hold this area. So watch this area closely, because if it loses it, then we could see some more downside in the Russell. Right now, a lot of strength in the semiconductors, led by AMD. And what's interesting is, I mean, you look at AMD's intraday chart, right? So I'm just going to pull this up momentarily here. Just give me a second. You look at AMD's chart, and this is where market makers are so brilliant at what they do, right? So they get people to go short, and it's kind of a negative gamma. Why AMD is squeezing as high? It's a short squeeze, negative gamma, because AMD had that huge reversal candle. Huge. I mean, an epic reversal candle yesterday. It's kind of messy, my chart, but you can see that huge daily reversal candle on volume. And now they've ripped AMD. They've gapped it up and ripped it because there were so many people short off of that reversal candle. And my odds is that AMD is probably actually going to come back down and close back inside this hammer. But it's just so fascinating how they make it fall on volume. They get people interested on the short side, and then they gap it up. Crazy price action. All right, Tesla's now pushing up. Tesla is pushing up here. $242 is the next target on Tesla. $242. AMD still continuing to push here. A little bit of a divergence starting on the short-term time frames now. All right, Tesla, I just got filled at 242. Short Tesla, 242. Let's take a look at Tesla now. Holy, it's ripping though. It is ripping. Big volume on that 1 minute Tesla candle. So 242, we just added. That brings us up to $241.10, our average on Tesla. I'm waiting for the SPY potential bear flag to form. Apple seeing a little bit of sellers taking place. SPY still putting in a little bit of a bear flag here. And now potentially, let's go to a little bit of a larger term time frame. Yeah, no, that's too big. We'll stay on the 1 minute chart. So the next level is basically if we lose these pivots now. Still holding though. SPY is trying to come down now. And basically if we break this new pivot now, we could see a move back down to about pre-market low. Sorry, pre-market high. I think we could actually get a retrace all the way back down to here on SPY. That would not surprise me. All right, AMD is finally starting to come in. So this is where it's all about maneuvering your positions. You know, you can't go get over leveraged on trades. You have to work your average. You know, we've worked our average nicely on AMD, although we're out of the money, even if you get a simple bare minimum retrace to the first fib level, 123.49, that'll put us in the money. And SPY is still breaking down. The dollar's trying to put in a little bit of a low here. All right, so AMD is now coming back down. A potential 10-minute reversal candle is forming on AMD. Volume is coming in. There's still 4 minutes left in the candle, so I'm watching it closely. NVDA is pulling in from the highs, so is Bitcoin, so is Google, so is Microsoft. Microsoft's now back under pre-market high. Tesla's about to test pre-market high.
I need these 245 in the money or so this can break. So Jordan, what crazy needs to be for you to get it? I thought it was like 475. You're still 30 cents away on losing the Bitcoin 37. You can stair step it to 450. I can tell you. I think I'd look for a scalp long on 450. To get 200%, I need and then work it to the highest bid. Opposed to trying to take a break out. I'd rather play off the 50 level. I'm over on that right now. I need it. Always say,
NVIDIA resistance is at 465.03. It's the short-term 7 daily moving average. SPY's still trying to retest this neckline here now. We broke our first one, bear flag. Now we're breaking the second one. Since we are bear flagging here on the short-term time frame, I do anticipate a little bit of a move lower here. Dollar is catching a bid. VIX is climbing. So the VIX is climbing up here. It's up 0.5%. Why is the VIX climbing as the markets are rallying here? People are buying downside protection here. Again, Microsoft's often a leader. It was the one and only mega cap stock in this recent rally, making new all-time highs. So it's certainly interesting. SPY, big push on the SPY there.
And once again, 2 days in a row, yesterday we opened and went straight down and then sideways down. So if you waited a half hour, you kind of got direction.
A little bit of selling coming in the Qs now. A little bit of selling coming in the Qs.
And then found its legs after the first half hour. And you knew we were going to trend was headed up. If you're watching Microsoft was the key. I was saying it very little to Microsoft going up. Now Microsoft's actually getting weaker, but Apple and Google and other stocks are taking it higher. But like that first half hour, if you're a little patient, and you get a better feel for direction. And I've been doing this for 6 months now, and I've been watching, and my worst trades are what I trade in the first half hour.
All right, SPY's still putting in some consolidation. AMD is still at the highs of the session. A lot of short covering coming in. A little bit of a doji still forming on the 1-minute chart. We'll watch it closely. All right, SPY's pushing right back up. Tesla's approaching 243. I just got filled there at 243.02. 243.02. So that's the third entry short on Tesla. Brings our average up to 241.90. 241.90. We're short Tesla. We have one more entry at 244. So this market is just in absolute rally mode. Despite the bear gap and price action that was opened yesterday, SPY is pushing up. Qs are trying to get a push up here. SPY is still surging inside the bear flag, basically looking to negate this neckline. Now we have to use that pivot low. SPY is still pushing here. Whoa.
But I'm not willing to risk like $1. It's been a while since they've all traded one way. That's when you get the bigger move. I'm a little worried about it. Yeah, it's wow. What did it say, Dave? Man, Tesla's going at a rate now. I may have to trade that. I may just have to like.
Maybe SPY wants to fill the gap, the bear gap. That would be pretty astonishing in my opinion. The bear gap that was opened on Friday is all the way up at 459. Jeez, that would be something. I'm telling you. So this is a little bit of a teachable moment. So hindsight on AMD right now, because we are out of the money, we haven't really had a big pullback on AMD. Hindsight, should I have closed the short after we saw this inverted head and shoulders break? I probably should have. And now it's just going against us right now without any meaningful pullback. So hindsight is always 2020. Here we had a inverted head and shoulders breakout that I observed, and I kept on shorting it. So this is a lesson learned to myself that you have to trust the technicals. Read the charts. Don't try to have a bias. I had a bias because I saw that big hammer reversal yesterday, and I've seen weakness in semis. Now, I still think AMD is going to come down. Don't get me wrong. I still think because we have worked our average that we should see a minimal pullback in AMD to get us either flat or break even. But it's always shitty when you're stuck in a trade waiting and you're using your capital where it could have been put towards the market somewhere else. So it's just a lesson learned. Not every single trade is going to go right. This is a clear prime example where, as a day trade, although I still think we get in the money, it's just not going according to plan. And reviewing it, I should have just got out for a smaller loss here, once we broke that inverted head and shoulders. But that's okay though. Markets are still in a potential sell-off retrace. I still think we could actually retrace all the way down to pre-market high, even this breakout trend line. But the dollar's still weak. VIX is still climbing though. I just want to see this. Yeah, so if we break this neckline, then we get a flush down there. So dollar's still going lower here. The dollar is still going lower. NVIDIA is now seeing some weakness. Some profit taking occurring in AMD. Head and shoulders on the SPY is on watch for a trigger. Still strength though in AMD. Let's flip back to the SPY. Microsoft's still negative. Something's up in the market here. This pump with semis and AMD and the Qs. Something is up. Microsoft's still weak on the session. I find that very, very peculiar to see. SPY's right back up here. AMD's right back up. Tesla's pushing for that final add entry at 244. That is our final add entry at 244. 244 on Tesla. AMD just made a little bit of a new peekaboo high, all the way up to 125.76. SPY still just chopping in this range here. Dollars at a new low.
This is a stage that we all go through. Here's how it happens. You think you buy a copy of the Forbes magazine and you read about a trader who recently made millions. Good for them. You then go online, you watch a couple of videos on YouTube about traders on Wall Street who live in mansions.
All right, AMD is still, now it's starting to come in just a little bit. Still acting very, very well though. All right, Tesla's approaching 244. Final add entry at Tesla is at 244. Qs are now up 1.16%. Seeing some selling coming into Apple. All right, I just added to Tesla there, 244. 244, so we have a full position in Tesla. $244.01 we got filled. Brings my average up to 242. Let me just see here. 81. Sorry, 242.71. AMD is still at the highs. Tesla's now coming in. Let's do a retrace on Tesla from its low to high move. Let's just see what we can maybe expect. So Tesla broke out of this little trend line. And it is coming into a little bit of a resistance trend line over here from this high pivot. If you draw through these pivots here, you can see we're tagging it, but so that's the resistance it is hitting right now on Tesla. But a big, big rally. Let's flip back to the SPY. AMD is just still distributing, consolidating at the highs there. The Russell's trying to break out of an inverted head and shoulders. Big rip on Ethereum. Ethereum is pumping up. SPY is trying to break out here. AMD new high. Holy moly. AMD is making a new high. This market is just in absolute rally mode. It is in absolute rally mode. Meta new high. Microsoft and Apple are kind of lagging right now. Bitcoin is still softening. Dollar's actually coming up into a support level here. It's piercing the EMA 113. Maybe it wants to retrace back to the neckline. We will see. But the dollar is getting more oversold. You are putting in a negative divergence where RSI is making higher highs, dollar price actions making lower lows. AMD new high was at 125.95. Whoa. That's pretty miraculous. And it just tried another attempt there. Still a phenomenal amount of strength in the market. All right, I'm adding to my SPY short here, 457.92. 457.92. That brings my average up to 457.57. And there's a nice little dip. That's a big dip. Still a potential head and shoulders target in play on the SPY. We're waiting. So we are short Tesla. Average slightly out of the money, but that's okay. I'm expecting it to come in. We're short AMD. Average slightly out of the money. We are seeing the SPY dip here, testing the neckline yet again. Will we break it this time? All right, Tesla's coming in pretty hard. Odds are we are going to break the neckline, especially if mega caps continue to sell. So Tesla's getting rejected at that final ad entry that we had at 244. You will have some minor support at this pivot here, but I'm expecting a retrace back down to this 241.80-ish area. That is your little bit of a breakout trend line from this pivot to this pivot to this pivot. Let me just fix my chart here, my scroller. AMD's pulling in from the highs now, is hovering, just hovering. Watch AMD. It's the market leading stock today. So if AMD starts to give it up here, SPY's breaching that neckline. It's piercing it right now as we speak. All right, there's the break on the 1 minute. We haven't confirmed the close on SPY, but it is starting to break and pierce that neckline. So that was a really good little add on our short. We're almost flat on the trade just from that little entry. Russell's getting rejected at a neckline. AMD's coming in. Tesla's coming in. Apple's starting to sell a little bit more now. SPY is falling. Here we go. Big drop on the SPY. Look at that. Just like that, we're in the money on our SPY. This is what maneuverability, working your average, dollar cost averaging can do for you. As a trader, you just got to be patient and stick to the technical levels. Markets obviously go a little bit higher than most people anticipate. But look at this, we get a basic retrace to 457. I'm going to cover half my SPY here at this previous pivot breakout if we get there. Still seeing a little bit of weakness in AMD. A potential 10-minute reversal candle is forming on AMD right now. Boom, just like that, we're in the money on Tesla as well. Tesla's going for pre-market high. Come on, Tesla. Come on. Just like that, we work our average. We're in the money on our SPY. We're in the money on Tesla. We're slightly out of the money on AMD, but AMD is so extended to the upside. So Tesla, I still want more downside on Tesla. It had that big red to green reversal. Likely some profit taking is set to commence. SPY has triggered that head and shoulders. Downside target takes you to about 457. We are falling here, people. And the VIX was green. Look at Tesla fall. Yes! Yes! Let's go, man. Come on, baby. This is what it's all about. Just slowly working our average. Look at this fall on Tesla. Let's go. Let's go, Tesla. AMD's now falling. Come on. Look at this. Stunning. Tesla's tapping pre-market high. SPY is almost at downside target. I'm still holding. Tesla's getting some wicks here, bounce. Look at that. And the SPY, look at the SPY. It's coming into target here. All right, I'm covering half the SPY right here, 457.24. I just covered half of the short. I'm still riding the other half with an in the money stop here. I'm moving my stop to in the money here. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm covering my full SPY here. I just covered my full SPY trade. Boom, just like that. Let's go. All right, let's look at Tesla. I've just covered Tesla there. That wick low, 242.06 was the cover on Tesla. 242.06 was the cover on Tesla. Another little trade. So just like that, we went in the money. We're out of the money pretty big on our trades, but we worked our average. And look, now we're just waiting on AMD. We are just waiting on AMD. Spiders are testing the pre-market high. Come on, AMD. Let's get in the money on our short here. Come on, or at least break flat. Markets are selling. I don't know if there's news. Oh my goodness, just like that, we were able to basically get in and out of our shorts. Markets are selling. VIX is up 1.23%. Dollars barely bouncing here. Things are looking crazy. Crazy. SPY's bouncing off of the pre-market high. Wow, what an absolute rejection from the SPY. Now what's going to be interesting is if we come up here and bounce and create another little right shoulder here, then we could be forming yet again another inverted head and shoulders pattern. So this is a potential buy for a quick scalp trade, but we got to watch now to see what type of price action we form off of this area. We really got to watch that closely. AMD, we're still out of the money on AMD, but with the markets faltering here and getting absolutely rejected, I'm anticipating more downside here. I am anticipating more downside. SPY is still going lower here. Whoa. Whoa. Just like that, we had a full stream in the house here. People were going against us. I was talking about lessons learned, shorting strong stocks. And just like that, we go in the money on Tesla, banger. We go in the money on our SPY short, just waiting on AMD. Still holding, I forgot to mention, what else are we holding? We're holding an IWM short, which is about to go in the money for us as well. So this is such intense price action. Such intense price action. So hard rejection there in the markets off of that key level. Just a magnificently hard rejection. Wow, what an epic fall from grace, I'm telling you.
I was looking at an RTY short. Holy shit, I'd probably be up like 4K right now.
No, that took hand Q like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I was looking at RTY short and I didn't. I took AMD.
What a fall from grace. This is epic, man. Epic. What a fall, man. This is what trading's all about. Remember when I said Microsoft was negative and the Qs are rallying? I always said that's super suspect. Now you have Apple just dumping. Look at Apple. Holy moly. I don't know if there's news. I'm not seeing anything on my feed here. But whoa. Now we can Tesla's retracing Apple. Holy moly. Ooh. Damn. Look at the SPY bounce there. Holy. I'm still looking at this 456.40, maybe even this channel. Wow. That was epic. That was epic, guys. Epic. Still holding an AMD short, a Russell 2000 short. What a rush. So just like that, we were out of the money, watching this market trend higher. Tesla was going against us. AMD was going against us. SPY was going against us. We kept adding to our short on the SPY, just maneuvering our position, went in the money on the SPY, took profits, went in the money on Tesla, took profits. Now we're just waiting on an AMD trade. And let me be clear, there's now a potential head and shoulders that has triggered on the, or that could be forming on the SPY. So again, I'm going to show you on the chart here. If we bounce here and create a little bit of a right shoulder, look at this epic potential pattern. Watch for this to play out. Watch for this curving action. Watch for this right shoulder development on SPY. If we get that, there's going to be more downside. AMD's definitely fallen from grace here. It's putting in a potential, let me just see the candle, potential hourly reversal. There's still quite a bit left. You have a 30-minute reversal candle on AMD. That suggests much, much lower price action. SPY is getting a nice little bounce here. Again, watch for this right shoulder. This is now technically, if we keep getting rejected at this pre-market, that's a short. So downside target. If this forms a head and shoulders, yikes, man. You know, we could see SPY come all the way back to gap fill. That would be an infamous gap and crack. That would catch so many people off guard. The hype around AMD, the hype around semis. That would catch so many people off guard if we see that fall. Oh my goodness, that would be absolutely beautiful. And look, we're bouncing though, so respect the price action for now. We respect the price action. An inverted head and shoulders potential on the Russell 2000. But that type of rejection on the SPY and Qs should not go unnoticed. And again, I don't know if there was any news that triggered that, but it definitely hit stocks pretty hard there. And that's not even the dollar bouncing. I'm still anticipating a dollar bounce here, at least to retest the 104 area again. And if that happens, we're going to add additional. AMD is still selling here, guys. AMD is still selling. But watch for this right shoulder. I am going to short SPY if we retrace back to this white trend line, 457.20-ish. I will short SPY again. Tesla's going lower. Just take a look at this. Look at this. We just inched into our short positions, and look at Tesla fall. Our average was at 240.270. Covered it already, but fuck, look at that beautiful fall. Wow, that is just absolutely stunning price action. I repeat, that is absolutely stunning price action. If you caught those shorts with us, well done. Well done. I'm still holding AMD short. We are out of the money with our average sitting here at 123.84. I'm comfortable holding this one overnight if I have to, but based off of that sell-off, I don't think we will have to. You know, I'm seeing another potential head and shoulders distribution pattern for play here. It's a micro cap, so super, super risky. You know, the level that I like on CMD, and we did play this with our live stream and members basically a few days ago here on this Wednesday. No, it was here on this Tuesday candle at the beginning of the week. We were long at the 422 level here. It had this epic rally on an enzyme, I guess, or a molecule that they've invented that supposedly helps reduce the cocaine addiction process. And it gapped up. It ran all the way to 670. We sold at 610 for over 50% gain. Now we're back in it, right at this 377 area, in the money by 1 penny. And I've been watching this. And we're still seeing heavy volume. I still like the fact that you're inside of this weekly accumulation candle. And I think we should get another retrace. And I still could see this stock pushing all the way back up to about 12 bucks here. That would be a quadruple. Now, again, you can't put your whole portfolio size in there since it's a 2 million microcap stock, but I could see this pushing all the way to 12 bucks. Position sizing accordingly because it's such a wild name. But definitely, if that cocaine product that they're selling really truly helps, and I believe it was stage 3 trials that went successful, this one could fly to the upside. I repeat, it could fly to the upside. It's interesting to see that we've tried it just within like 7 days or 5 days. We've had a big rally up, rejection. Another big rally up, rejection. But notice we made a high, another high, and we're starting to make higher lows in this particular name. So it is starting to move up for us here. AMD right back up. Let's keep a look at the SPY channel. So I'm going to watch this stock on my other screen. This was our previous entry. I'll just mark in green. But this one could get moving pretty quickly, especially if the volume starts to pick up. Let's see what the SPY is now doing. So the SPY is putting in this potential, again, potential inverted head and shoulders. And again, if we gap and crack just like yesterday, oh my God. This market's not going to be happy. I think we're going to see a huge sell-off if we lose this gap up again. Just like yesterday, if we lose this gap up, that's going to be a tough market session. So SPY's still pushing up. Remember, I said this is a short up here. You can even be conservative and wait for the 457.31 fib level, but it is a short very soon. Okay. Very soon. We're back above pre-market high, so that's technically bullish. AMD's trying to push back up again to the high of the session. We're making a little bit of a negative divergence on AMD right now, but it's still one motherfucking strong stock. I still think it pulls in, but we'll just have to be patient and wait and see. Meta's still at the highs of the session. Amazon's trying to push up as well, so still strength in the mega caps, acting well. Potential head and shoulders forming on Amazon. Obviously, you can't entertain until you breach the neckline, but Apple's pulled in from the highs decently. It's up 1% still, so still a lot of strength in Apple. Bitcoin's bouncing off of its neckline, retracing. All right, so SPY is moving up right now. Again, I'm going to look to inch into some shorts again. I am going to look to inch in since we took profits on Tesla and we took profits on SPY. We've already closed AMD for one winner, SPY for two winners, Tesla for one winner, and now we're still in AMD. Oh, look at the CMND, guys. CMND is starting to move. It's starting to move. And one correlation I've noticed, guys, when I was playing CMND alongside, this was moving up as the markets were falling. So it was kind of that classic biotech play. So SPY, I never officially got filled there because it never came up to the resistance level that I was looking at. So let's just see if we still get a retrace to the level that I was looking at. But again, we lose pre-market low and start forming this right shoulder like I discussed when we had this big dip. That's not good. You know, and this hard sell program in the indices is never good to see if you're a bull. It's certainly something that we have to keep an eye on. Really want to keep an eye on here. You know, the downside of the original break was triggered. The upside was triggered. And now we're watching for the next pattern to unfold. So right now we're kind of at an inflection point where we don't have a true pattern yet to trade against. So the market's kind of just carving. We got to wait and see what type of pattern. Remember how we had this little head and shoulders, this initial one that triggered. You had a bear flag, an attempt to make a break out of this bear flag consolidation, but failed to make a new high. That's when you came down to test the neckline. You broke this neckline. You had a waterfall sell-off right back into the previous consolidation zone, the 50% retrace zone. Now you're bouncing, recapturing pre-market high, potentially forming that right shoulder to go lower. Again, Apple's putting in a little 2-minute bear flag. Microsoft's been weak all session, still negative on the session despite the strength in the Qs. Tesla's trying to bounce here as well. Let's see what action. This is all coming on the dollar still being weak. Yields up, VIX green. Dollar, I do believe, will bounce. The dollar, I do believe, is going to bounce. AMD is now selling off just a little bit, so watching for SPY more weakness to creep in. But this is going to be a flush. If again, I repeat, if we lose this gap up today after we were up so much on the session, that's going to suck the wind out of the bulls and bears will take control. Now, markets are still in positive territory, so we have to respect it. I just shorted the SPY at that level, 457.24. 457.24 I got filled. So we're now inching in. This is a 1/4 entry on the SPY. A 1/4 entry on the SPY short. Again, what am I trying to foreshadow here and see? I'm seeing that bounce and maybe a right shoulder formation coming in. You have this beautiful shoulder, you have this beautiful head, you break this neckline, and it's pretty much game over. I'm just going to clean up this chart because it's getting super, super messy here. So, but watch that area. Watch that area. We're going to see if we get that price action. Let's see. Bitcoin's trying to move up again, making another little push higher. Bitcoin's still negative, coin is positive. All right, SPY is trying to push up just a little bit more. Still just going to hold this one little entry on SPY, waiting for more, waiting to see if we get some more downside. All right, SPY is pushing up here again. SPY is pushing up. Apple, Microsoft looking a little bit more promising right now. So markets are pushing. Meta's looking strong. Amazon still under high of day. Meta making new high of day. Google still seeing some profit taking. Apple trying to push up. Microsoft. So markets are getting a pretty big boost here. Pretty big boost. Dollar's still weak. VIX is still up 0.5%. So AMD is moving up again. Tesla's moving up again. Microsoft has now flipped green. Microsoft has now flipped green, I repeat. After being weak all morning, it's now to the green side. How long will it hold? That is the question. All right, Boeing is seeing some heavy volume to the down. Look at this. All right, so we're going to short Boeing at this retrace. So we're getting a bounce now. Let's see where the next zone is. If Boeing can retrace to here, we will look for a short. It's filled the gap. It is breaking here. This trend line, you can see it's bouncing, but not a healthy sign for Boeing. All right, get ready to short Boeing here. Get ready to short Boeing. It's a news event on Boeing. It's breaking, but there's some support here. So we just got to work through this support. You can see why we're bouncing here. Gap fill, up sloping trend line, down sloping trend line. I want to retrace it here, and then we short Boeing. All right, I'm short Boeing 235.15. 235.15. I'm short Boeing 235.15. Look at that. Look at that. Come on, baby. Boeing, give it up. 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 235.15. We are short Boeing at 235.15. News on their Boeing 747. Let's keep SPY on. I'm just going to watch Boeing on my other screen here since we have Boeing is breaking a little bit lower now. Wow, Boeing doesn't have much support until you get to around 231. Boeing does not have much support until you get to 231, guys. So watch Boeing closely. Oh, yes, Boeing. Sorry about that chart. I forgot I wasn't on. Boom. Let's go, man. Vamos. Let's go. Wow. What an epic trade. 231.97 cover. Look at that in the matter of minutes. Look at that. Epic trade. Whoa, look at that. $3.20. Congrats if you caught that. Boeing is now coming into hourly chart support. It's hitting the 50. Holy. Whoa. Okay, Boeing, if we get all the way. Let me do this gap. Boeing's coming up into support here. Let's see if we can get a long trade on Boeing. Watching it for a long scalp. Support is being tagged. I want a little bit lower here. This is super risky, but we're going to look to play Boeing on the long side now. We just covered the put. Oh, it's bouncing. All right, Boeing bounced. That trade's off the table. What an epic trade, though. Holy moly. What a trade. I'm going to watch it on my other screen. But that was over $3 in a matter of minutes. Yes. Let's go, man. Come on. All right, looking back at the SPY. SPY is pushing back up here. I repeat, the SPY is really pushing back up here, led by the Qs. I'm going to add to my SPY short if we retrace back to here. Still just holding a one entry position on SPY. Head and shoulders on SPY is still technically invalid if we come down and create a right shoulder. But right now it's acting well. It's firming up. All right, get ready to add to SPY here. I just added there 457.85 on that little gap up. 457.85. Holy moly, SPY is just ripping here. 457.85. It brings my average to 457.47. Whoa, SPY is just ripping here, guys. SPY is ripping. Qs are also ripping. Dollar's still weak on the session. Nat gas is trying to go positive. So Meta made a new high of day. It's one of the stronger mega caps now. Apple's looking like it wants to come down and make a little bit of a lower high. Let's see if those same sellers take. Tesla's right back at, what a wild day. Tesla's right back at our entry. Even Boeing is right back at our entry. We could short Boeing again here. I'm just going to leave it. We're watching AMD. I'm tempted to take, but it's like, whoa. That could be, yeah, definitely it could be a bear trap on Boeing. So we're just going to stay off to the sidelines for now on Boeing. But look at this crazy price action. V-shaped down, V-shaped up. Like, holy moly. This is not healthy. I repeat, this type of price action, although we're trading around it, I mean, it's just not healthy at all. It is absolute insanity, this type of price action. You know, you have the Qs now back up 1.28%, the Russell down 0.31. Dollar still near the lows. The dollar has not bounced all day long. AMD is trying to push up. So SPY is still finding some rejection at this previous neckline. Still technically, although this could be a lower high, you still could form a right shoulder. I didn't expect it to go this high. That's why we just inch in. We start here, we add here. We still have 2 more entries on SPY short if we feel the need to do it. And again, I'm seeing the indices super positive today, and the VIX is still green. So that's, again, something just isn't right. People are buying downside protection here, and you just want to be cognizant of that. Okay, downside protection is being bought. SPY still trying to act well, moving up here. Microsoft's pushing up here, so that's now a positive for the Qs again. The second largest company is moving up. The question is, are we going to see money rotate into Microsoft out of other companies, or is it going to be just a broad rotation back into QQQ stocks? So we're holding a SPY short, slightly out of the money, still holding an AMD short as well. VIX is still green despite all indices positive. Dollars making new lows on the session here. Yields have softened up quite substantially on the long and short end. Bitcoin is still negative despite the soft dollar. You have gold just eking out a $2 gain despite the dollar down substantially. So the only thing responding positively right now to the lower dollar and lower yields is the market. Right now, SPY is trying to break out, so that's not good for our short. SPY is trying to test a new high of day. SPY still has not made a new high of day yet, but it's trying. It really is trying. All right, I'm going to short Tesla here, 243.19, 243.19, short Tesla to starter position, 1/4 entry on Tesla, 243.19, 240 Google, and Amazon also weakening here, so 243.19, starter position short. So we're short SPY, short Tesla, short AMD. Still just waiting on the market. Dollar is putting in again that negative divergence. It's trying to bounce. Nat gas was red, then it went green up percent. Now it's moving up nicely. There is a potential long trade on nat gas. The inventory reports, I guess the market participants are taking it well at this point in time. VIX is still green with all indices up, so it's a little bit of an interesting divergence where you have the markets trying to push higher here. I'm just going to mark this high of day here. We're at this neckline right now. Got a 1 minute close above, rejection. No confirmation has occurred yet. Ooh, Microsoft's doing a big push here, so Microsoft's going to help the market. Microsoft's tagging a big resistance level, the EMA 113 on the hourly chart right now. Apple's starting to curl a little bit more. Tesla, we're now in the money. Still waiting on AMD and SPY. We'll see if we get any sort of downside. But SPY has had a full V-shaped recovery. Still putting in a negative divergence on SPY. All right, AMD is softening a bit. AMD is softening a bit.
No. Definitely keep your eyes alone.
SPX is at 45.81 and trying to push higher, but finding some rejection here. Repeated, there's a divergence in place on SPX. AMD is softening quite substantially now. Tesla, we're in the money. AMD, we're out of the money. SPY, we're out of the money. Still have a half position in SPY. We can add to it 2 more times. We have a full position in AMD, and that is coming in now. And we have a starter position in Tesla short. Still holding a long in CMND, which is probably going to turn to a swing trade, believe it or not. All right, Tesla's falling pretty sharply here now. So we're seeing the discretionary side potentially putting in a lower high. So since we are putting in a lower high here in Tesla, we bounced here at the, so we bounced here at the 382 fib. If we put in a lower high, then we should retrace to the next fib, which is the 50%. But we do have the SPY trying to push higher here simultaneously. All right, SPY is still trying here. No confirmation has occurred. I'm just going to mark the high of day here, which is at 451. Sorry, what was that at? 458.14. Okay. AMD is still falling. Tesla's still falling. S&P is trying to move higher. I'm seeing NVIDIA curl over now, Amazon curling, Google's pushing, Meta's pushing, Microsoft is pushing, Apple's trying to push up. So net it is positive, but there's weakness creeping into the semis and Bitcoin. I will be right back. Just give me 2 minutes here. I'm going to add to my SPY short at a pierce of this double top if we get there. I'm going to have a resting order there in case we get wicked up, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back here. So Apple's curling to the downside. SPY is getting a little bit of a red candle there Dollar's still at the lows, so if we get a dollar bounce at all today, this market's gonna sell. And this price action has been super weird all day because the indices are all green, but the VIX is still up. Look at this Tesla chart. We could see Tesla go from red to green, back to red, testing a neckline here. It's a very steep head and shoulders. So what does that mean? That means that if this breaks, there could be a huge downside. Huge. Look at that. We're talking about a potential $4 move down on Tesla. Get ready to rumble. We're going to make some money on Tesla. We've already closed an AMD winner in the morning. We've closed a SPY short twice. We've closed one Tesla short, basically from this 243.13 all the way down to here. We're now short again at 243.19, and we're falling. Head and shoulders on Tesla has triggered on the 1 minute chart. Okay? 1 minute chart. We're still holding another AMD short, slightly out of the money. We're still holding a SPY short, which we're also slightly out of the money. But look, S is looking poised to move higher. I repeat, it's now gone from down a couple percent in the pre-market to up. All right, I'm going to move a protective stop in front of Tesla. So I'm going to flip back to the TSLA chart. Apple's pushing up here. Microsoft's pushing up. Meta, Google are all the money on Tesla. Remember, Tesla was weak earlier on. So I'm going to move a stop to that red bar high. We capture this wide range red bar again. I will stop out for a little bit of a profit. It's just slightly above that wick, so about 242.90. So it's in the money. Now we just got to manage our AMD and our SPY short. SPY is really struggling. Dollar's trying to bounce here, but it's not doing so successfully yet. We'll see if we can get AMD's got a lowercase h pattern, so AMD's been the strongest stock out of the this big sell-off, rally, bull flag consolidation, which is failing as we speak. Okay, so that is potentially failing as we speak. And this is a leader, so we got to pay close attention to it. Tesla's still wicking, SPY is still wicking at these highs. The volume is lightening up quite substantially here, which does favor a little bit of an upside continuation. SPY is going for double top. All right, SPY I just added there, 418.14. Whoa, we're squeezing. We are squeezing. New high of day on the SPY. Head and shoulders has been negated. 472.72. Tesla's about to stop us out in profit. Tesla may stop us out in profit. Still short. Still short on Tesla. All right, Tesla just wicked me out there for a nice little gain. Tesla did wick me out. I'm interested in shorting it again because you still have that right shoulder and you're running into a down sloping resistance. All right, I'm short Tesla if we get back to our previous entry at 243.19. You still have a potential neckline here. Adjust the target. All right, NVIDIA's curling, Amazon's curling. I'm short Tesla again here, 242.88. Short Tesla. Right here, 242.88, kind of where we got wicked out. I'm re-short Tesla. It's a single entry. Let's erase that one. I will add to the position if it retests this down sloping trend line again. Call it like 243.60-ish. Let's see what the SPY is doing. So SPY tried breaking out of a new high there.
For a lot of people, you probably don't know this, but if you use that software.
So SPY tried doing that peekaboo, getting rejected. Now it's going up for another test.
Yeah, I would just use it for that. If you're not going to use it for your brokerage, at least I'd have to use that.
SPY coming down again.
I like the way it's set up too.
AMD's falling a little bit more now, potentially breaking a little mini bear flag. Seeing Apple curling over. Tesla, we're now in the money. NVIDIA's curling over. Bitcoin's even faltering here. Dollar's putting in a potential bounce here. Watch that dollar.
Higher lows. Kind of consolidating now, though.
So our average on SPY is 470.72. We can add to the SPY again with one more entry. Just want to see where we gapped up here. So here. Tesla's coming down pretty hard with the mega caps now. Again, we get a simple retrace now down to 457.39. Is still seeing a little bit of minor weakness. Seeing Amazon, Bitcoin's falling just a little bit now. Tesla could make a big move out of this wedge depending on which way it breaks. SPY's getting another little bounce. Microsoft's still holding up here. Bitcoin's coming down. Tesla's coming down. You can even use this as the neckline. SPY's moving back up. I'm going to show you Bitcoin here because you have some strength in Coinbase still. But Bitcoin is actually faltering a little bit. Look at Tesla go. So Bitcoin could be indicating a dollar rally. So what's interesting about Bitcoin is that it tried going positive there. It retraced. I'm going to pull up we'll do the 30-minute chart. Big fall coming on Tesla. It's trying to lose pre-market high. Apple's curling, Microsoft's falling, Amazon's curling over. So what's interesting about this Bitcoin chart is that this is where you were chopping. You got that big breakdown last night and this morning. This is your neckline. Pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot. Big breakdown, retrace, 30-minute close above, rejection off of this. And believe it or not, is still holding positive on the session while Bitcoin is down 0.4. I'm now seeing the dollar trying to perk up a little bit. So coin could potentially go back to the red side again. That would not shock me. It also triggered a head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Neckline is a flat bottom neckline. Broke Rexy after falling all day is now trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom here. So I anticipate the Dixie to maybe form a right shoulder here. So we have the left shoulder on the Dixie here. This is all micro. We have a head. Now if we come down and form a right shoulder, that could give us an inverted head and shoulder to break out and retest that 104, 103.90 area. So let's watch now. Oh, come on, man. Fall, man. Fall. Just fall. Give it up already. Give it up. Look at this Tesla fall. Yes. 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 Let's go, man. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, Tesla. Break. Break it. Just break it. Come on, baby. Just break it. SPY's still holding. I'm seeing Amazon also falling. Sympathy in the consumer discretionary. Bitcoin still coming down just a little bit. Tesla's breaking that wedge. And we also have, I repeat, a potential head and shoulders on Tesla. This is your upsloping neckline. You broke it here. Retrace rejection. Come on. Google's pushing up, though. That's helping. All right, I'm going to put a break-even stop on Tesla. A break-even stop. So 242.91 is our entry. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it slightly in the money. So 242.82, just right above that red bar pivot. Okay, so we're just protecting that trade right now. I repeat, the dollar is still trying to bounce here. Well, Tesla's retracing to the wedge pattern. Now another mini head and shoulders is potentially forming. I'm just going to keep this trend line here. I am going to, this is your previous neckline of your head and shoulders. Notice how we're struggling here. And you could be forming, if we forget about all this other price action here, you could be forming a left shoulder here, a head, and a little micro right shoulder. If you break this new little neckline, which we're testing right now, we could see more downside. So watching that neckline closely. Tesla's still falling. Tesla's still falling. Bitcoin's dumping off a little bit more now. Come on, get this market down. Fucking drop it. Seeing Apple curling over as well. Qs are still, and again, the VIX has been our signal all day. It's been holding green while the markets are green. All three indices green and VIX green. That's rare. Just like the rarity when the Qs were pushing up over 1% and Microsoft was red. It's kind of that similar correlation break. Google's still pushing. Maybe it hits a double top before the markets break lower, but Google is still pushing. AMD's pushing up. Give it to you. So far, you're breaking basing above this previous breakout zone, so that's technically a healthy sign. But you know, the fact that you're struggling at this previous neckline here, and you're about to breach the next little neckline. So this is a huge level in the SPY that is occurring right now. Anybody looking at any other charts that they want me to pull up? I can certainly try to do a little bit of analysis. Are you in any trades? I'm obviously net short right now. AMD's coming down. Tesla's still coming down. We're in the money nicely on Tesla. Tesla's losing that pre-market low. It's testing a key wedge pattern breakdown. Tesla has triggered a head and shoulders on the 2-minute chart. All right, Google's double topping. New high of day for Google right at the double top. Massive resistance here. Markets are breaking down. SPY is triggering that next little micro head and shoulders. Downside target takes you to 457. Since there's really no support here at 457 downside target, you have to look at the next fib level, which is 457.39, but it's likely we retrace back to this previous breakdown. But a head and shoulders has triggered yet again on the SPY. NVIDIA, Amazon all curling over to the downside as we speak. Come on, baby, flush it. I want to see a flush. I want to see a flush. I think we are going to see a flush.
Something else. Questions in the chat with respect to anything that we've been talking about so far. We've been talking about these 5 stages of trading psychology, and this comes to us from Day Trade the World. This is kind of a Day Trade the World.
All right, SPY is falling. Our shorts are gonna print here on Tesla. Let's fucking go, man. Come on, baby. Let's go, man. Come on, fall. Come on, baby. Can you hear me there, Petraglia Mar? Mic check, mic check. Anybody? Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check. Thumbs up. Can everybody hear me? I'm just gonna do a quick mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Hello? Let me see. Testing one. Mic check, mic check. Can everybody hear me now? Mic check. I'm pretty sure I'm all good to go now. I think I have got... I'm pretty sure I'm good to go now. April, can you hear me? Hello, hello? Perfect. We are back. All right, I apologize about the mic issues there. I think it was my cat that went behind my computer and actually bumped it and took it out of place there. So I definitely apologize about that. But all right, so what's going on here in the markets? The SPY tried making that new high. We haven't confirmed above this previous high of day. It's just distributing here, trying to, though. It is trying to get above. One thing that I'm watching is our Tesla short is just printing. Even though the markets are still grinding higher, we are still printing on our Tesla short. Look at this fall from grace on Tesla. So Tesla is still one of the weaker mega caps. Microsoft's actually still down quite since before, so there might be a potential bounce here. Just have an alarm going, but our Tesla is printing in the money. I'm going to move my stop down on Tesla now, basically to this previous pivot zone, so 242.06. We're banking about 85 cents. I still have a downside target of 238, which we could see today. It's just whether or not the markets start to give up some of these gains. So in the money stop on Tesla, we're still shorting SPY. The one trade that's going against us is AMD, unfortunately. I apologize about that. This one's turning more into a swing trade now, which I will be looking likely to hold overnight. I'm still long that CMND, which is trying to act well and move up again. And we're seeing the dollar continuing to fall here. The dollar is industrials and healthcare. And then communications and technology, again, are your strongest sectors. But Tesla's still moving lower here. I don't know if there's news, but it's just drifting away from the market. The S&P and Qs have been moving up, but Tesla has not been. So I find that super, super interesting. Tesla's often a good sentiment stock because it definitely shows more retail trading. It does show more speculation money. Amazon's making a new high here. Still holding short the SPY, which are out of the money. Tesla's printing for us, though. I'm going to move my stop down on Tesla now to AMD. One final entry up here at 126.60. 126.60 on AMD. It's now a 5/4 position, so I'm going kind of against my rules here, but I am adding a little bit more to AMD. My average now on AMD is 124.86. Some timers going off here. Is that me? So AMD, we did just add at 126.61 there. So my average is now at 124.86. 124.86. So again, I apologize about this trade, but there's still a chance we can go in the money. We just need this freight train to give up some of its gains. I mean, up 8%. Wow, what a ripper. Just because it reported the fact that it has a better chip, potentially, than NVIDIA. Amazon's ripping too. Holy moly, what's up with Amazon here? Amazon's just flying to the high side here, while Tesla's still just dumping and grinding lower. Jesus, look at this Tesla chart. So Amazon's going the opposite direction of Tesla. Tesla, the SPY's still just hovering. Dixie is falling rapidly here. The Dixie is falling. The Dixie's now down 0.57%, but you still have gold negative. That's a little bit of a negative sign. Look at the Dixie falling. I don't know if something's happening here, but on the Dixie, let's see where we are on that 4-hour inverted head and shoulders. Excuse me. So the markets should be breaking out with this Dixie softening. It really should be. And we obviously did not get that little micro inverse head and shoulders. So the Dixie may want to retrace. I mean, we're coming up into this pivot zone here where you had your big wick. We're coming up into this chop. There is still that inverted head and shoulders that is playing out here. SPY is coming down. Tesla, holy fuck. It's just dropping. It's going to go negative. At the rate that Tesla is falling, it's going to go negative. Holy moly. Let's flip back to the SPY chart here. Now that everyone can hear me, again, I apologize for those mic issues. April, you were looking at Amazon. Okay. But breaking. The sound is breaking? Is it not clear sound, April? Just want to make sure. Hopefully the sound is clear. Hopefully it's not patchy. We're still seeing the mark. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's a little bit patchy breaking. What All right, so markets are now coming in. Tesla's just falling precipitously here, guys. Please check out my Discord at tradingcapital.ca, where I host a swing trading and day trading service. Look at this Tesla trade. Tesla's now only up 0.42%. It could be going negative on us. It could be going negative on us. Holy moly, look at this Tesla dump, people. Yes, let's go. Come on. Come on, give it to us. All right, I'm going to move my stop now down in line with this previous pivot zone here. I am short via a swing trade on Amazon. Amazon has a clear 1 hour parallel channel that I'll show you that it's been chopping in. This is a big distribution range on Amazon. Dixie's still falling, guys. Dixie is still falling. Now you have the Russell trying to break out. You do have the Russell trying to break out. I don't know if it's my software or if it's my mic. I'm just going to check the back of my computer once I do this. Amazon. So you can see Amazon's coming up, pivot, pivot, pivot. Maybe got a little bit more upside in the tank. You have done a nice retrace on the hourly chart above this previous break. Finding interesting is the S&P is not managing to break out just yet, despite. I'm just going to check the mic in the back of my computer. Just bear with me. All right, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Let me mic check. Hello? Mic check. How's that sound, April? Is that a little bit better now? I think my cat went behind and accidentally unplugged my little mic there. All right, so there's a lot of weird divergences here. You have the markets all positive, VIX is green. You have the dollar getting absolutely shattered here. Let me just mute that. But you do have the dollar getting absolutely still holding a Tesla short. Look at this dollar. It's getting absolutely demolished, but gold is green. So what is going on here in the markets? What is going on? There might be a little bit of a gold trade here with an inverted head and shoulders, but the dollar is coming into some support, so you have to be very, very careful with buying this because gold hasn't really bounced all day, even though it has the perfect tailwinds to do so. Still finding sellers there. Even you look at Bitcoin, BTC USDT, it's retraced back to its previous little neckline, AMD short as well. But if you take a look at Bitcoin basically is now retracing back to this breakout zone, pivot to pivot to pivot. You've now got a 10-minute close back below that neckline. So this is indicating bearish price action in Bitcoin. So coin shorts, Mara shorts, I'm already swing shorting coin. You can already see there's probably a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern that is now coming into fruition again. While the dollar's weak, this is happening. Imagine the dollar gets a little bit of an oversold technical bounce. What is that going to do? What is that going to do? Look at that. So we've triggered a head and shoulders just like Tesla. Very similar looking chart to Tesla on Bitcoin. Minimum target is this double bottom area. So that's a nice little move down. Coin, I think, is still positive. So I'm going to take some coin puts here because I'm already swing shorting it. I'm going to take 134 puts right here on coin. 134 puts, 0 DTE. 134 puts, 0 DTE. Let's see if we can get a downside move. So I'm just going to mark the 134 on the chart, which is right there. So 134, 0 DTE. This is absolutely beautiful. Whoops, let me flip back to the TSLA chart. Oh, the lags in the video, April, are all TradingView's software. Because TradingView just uses browser software for streaming, that's the lag. It's the latency. It's my connection is full strong. It's just I have all 4 bars. It's just the latency and the actual browser streaming on TradingView. All right, look at Tesla go. I'm going to move my stop down on Tesla here. I'm seeing a lot of curling action in the markets now. Apple. Bitcoin's still selling here, guys. All right, I'm going to move my stop now on Tesla down to this wick high, 241.10. The Russell small caps are actually breaking out here. Dollar's about to hit technical support. The dollar's about to hit massive technical support. The swing short on Amazon. So I'm fully disclosing that aspect. Amazon is making higher highs, higher lows right now, but it's still just stuck in a range. But I appreciate the feedback, April. So depending on which pivots you use, if you use this wick or if you use multi-pivot zones on Amazon, you can clearly see it is into resistance. I'm going to use this pivot, so this one intersection here, another one, as the resistance channel. You can see we're right at the top of the channel, so shorts are favored off that area. All right, so Bitcoin's still underneath the neckline, catching a little bit of a bounce now. Dixie's now down 0.66%. Really toppling. New lows on Tesla. Tesla's losing pre-market low. Huge bearish weakness on Tesla. Huge weakness in Tesla. The fact that Tesla's losing this area, it's going to weigh on Amazon. They're both consumer discretionary stocks. So if Tesla's falling this precipitously, it's going to pull down the XLY, which Amazon is a part of. And again, I shorted Tesla again with my members. Swing short because I said there was this head and shoulders. I did a YouTube video that I suggest everyone go watch. Just going to remove that. And you can see this hourly head and shoulders pattern. Tesla's had multiple, has not been able to do so yet. So that makes me think it's just not quite ready to go. All right, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to cover half my Tesla short here at 239.98 and leave the rest running. So I just covered half the position and I'm putting an in the money stop at that money. Coin is falling nicely here. Coin. So hopefully that plays out well for us. Nicely. Coin's even getting a bounce now. Still seeing Apple curling over, losing its momentum. Whereas small caps are absolutely ripping right now. So it's interesting to see small caps ripping. Holy shit, something's wrong, guys. Something is broken. Whoa. What is going on here? The dollar is actually crashing here. This is not a healthy fall. Not crashing, but it's just about. Wow. And Bitcoin's still negative. Gold just turned positive. Indices can barely break out. Small caps are the only one benefiting from this fall. And the markets couldn't bounce and hold above these higher highs off of this area. Something's wrong, though. The VIX is still green. All indices green. Something is brewing. I repeat, something is brewing. I don't know what it is. Regionals. You do have XLF up on the session. Bitcoin down. Regionals are actually holding okay, but they did put in a high, big dip, bouncing now. Oil is still weak, under 69 now, or under, it's at $69 a barrel. I don't know what the heck's going on with the dollar. That really was quite the fall, and gold barely has moved. Bitcoin's still falling here. So that's so peculiar to see. Just give me a second while this loads. Oh my God, look at this Bitcoin fall. Sorry, I'm just going to fix my screen here. 2-minute chart. Be in for a big flush. Still riding those coins, 0 DTE, 134 puts. 134 puts. SPY is still just hovering and consolidating. Dollar's getting a bounce now. Dollar is getting a bounce now. Heavy volume coming in on Bitcoin here at these areas. AMD's pushing back up. Apple, Microsoft are curling over here. Amazon, a potential hourly topping tail forming on Amazon. Watch out, Amazon. VIX is still green. Again, I've been watching this VIX all day. It should not be green in a green market. When you have the Qs up 1.4, the S&P up 0.75, the Russell up 0.5%, the VIX should not be green, but it is. So it's showing accumulation. Maybe smart money knows something that is about to occur. Could happen today, it could happen tomorrow. What's tomorrow? What's interesting is tomorrow is VIX Crush Friday. Historically, the VIX gets absolutely demolished on Fridays. Anybody looking at any other charts that I want to look at? But again, the something in this market isn't right. And I've touched base with this of my members, but since you're all here tuning into the live stream, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row, something is nasty. Steel stocks are also looking a little bit vulnerable. Copper also looking a little bit vulnerable. So the materials that are basically very, very important. It looks like you want to head lower now. Still riding Tesla lower. Still riding coin 0 DTEs. The only trade that is against us right now is AMD. So I apologize about that, but I'm still optimistic that if we get a market sell with a strong dollar and a VIX popping, that we could see AMD come back into the money for us. I'll adjust my screen here momentarily. You know, there's a lot going on here. But we have a short on the SPY still, slightly out of the money. Our average is sitting here at 458.01. 458.01. Just going to flip to the 1 minute chart here. What's interesting is you still are retesting this previous neckline. Notice how this head and shoulders that sent you falling here, it's acting as resistance still. It's a big level. At this time, if you're needing help in this market, navigating this market on the long and short side, definitely check out my website at tradingcapital.ca. I do run a Discord service where I post daily analysis videos for my members. I believe we're at a big inflection point here in the market, and you'll have access to all my insider buying and selling, my trade alerts, direct live trade alerts to your phone, mobile device. We took another 9% winner today off the table. So beautiful to see. SPY is still just hovering at this area, falling. AMD is now putting in a 3-minute bear flag, breaking. Let's see if we can get some downside momentum. Come on, baby. Give it up. Dollar's trying to bounce off of that 4-hour inverted head and shoulder support level. Still riding our Tesla trade risk-free. After covering half, we are risk-free on Tesla, riding some 0 DTE puts. Come on, baby. Let's see what action we get. Give us some more downside. AMD needs to cooperate. That's the only one that's fucking taking us. We're still up quite substantially on the session today, which is always a good sign. All right, guys, I'm shorting NVIDIA here, 463.83, 463.83. I'm short NVIDIA. It's a 1/4 position, 463.83. Short NVDA. Let me pull. I'm seeing a potential head and shoulders developing here. Basically, the negation, if we break a new high here, it gets negated. But we'll see. Have started a little bit of a downtrend. Even though you have strength in AMD, the moving average. All right, Apple chart is looking a little vulnerable here. Apple is looking a tiny bit vulnerable. SPY is getting a nice push up here, though. The SPY. Good morning, Cyrus. SPX. Yeah, I'm short the S&P 500. I mean, you can argue this is an inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA, but this is a weak left shoulder. It's very small in nature. All right, I'm going to add to NVIDIA. If we pierce this little double top area, I will add. Tesla's getting a big bounce. Tesla is getting a big bounce. Bitcoin's had a bounce. It's retracing to that little neckline that it previously fell to. Still seeing Apple curling over to the downside. That should weigh in on the S&P. Small caps have turned up and are trying to break out of a little bullish pattern. So the IWM does have a potential inverse head and shoulders that could take you on the TNA chart to 3206. All right, I just added to NVIDIA at that little spike there. It just topped that little level. So we are now, our average is sitting at 464.15. That's a half position short NVIDIA. Half position short NVIDIA. Still holding a SPY short, slightly out of the money, but that's okay. Where NVIDIA got rejected yesterday. It's also the 7-day moving average. So next entry will be at around 465. But I'm watching for this potential to break out here. Might be seeing some capital rotating out of it, breaching some potential levels here. Looking a little weak. Let's see how it's impacting the S&P 500, because it certainly will. VIX is still green, as all major indices are green. SPY's just still consolidating. This seems like a very weak attempt at breaking out. It's almost like there's massive distribution happening here and we're not going to break out. This is making me very skeptical. I think that there's going to be a downside move. This whole move today has been very odd. Look at this breakdown coming. We're still riding Tesla lower. We're still riding 0DT coin puts, which are going against us slightly. AMD, we're also out of the money. NVIDIA, we just went in the money with that little dip. So we're in the money now nicely on NVIDIA. Affirm is ripping. It's getting a lot of attention in the FinTwit community. AFRM still have strength in semis. Apple's just had a pretty decent size. Look at this AFRM. Wow. Bull flag break. Wow. Impressive on. All right, we're also seeing Google starting to come down now. But the SPY is still. All right, SPY is going and trying to attack a new high of day. SPY is trying to attack the new high of day. Tesla's coming down. Maybe an inverted head and shoulders on the 1-minute Tesla chart. So what we can do, I just want to take a look at Tesla here. So SPY is pushing up here. Nice consolidation. It is trying to break out. So that's certainly interesting to see. Here, I'm going to flip my Tesla. I'm going to cover my Tesla short here. And just as a hedge here, I am going to go long Tesla here. So Tesla's now only up 0.45 cents. So I just covered my Tesla short there and I'm long. I'm long at 240.40. I'm long at 240.40 Tesla. This is kind of just a hedge on the market since we have shorts on. But I can see a little inverted head and shoulders here on the 1-minute chart on Tesla. If it breaks out, it's going to be a pretty big, decent move to the upside. So we flipped our short, covered our short for a nice little profit. If we break out of this neckline, you could see Tesla retracing all the way back to this downsloping trend line right around here. SPY is pushing here. SPY is pushing. So NVIDIA is still testing that double top range. Still short NVIDIA with a half position. Still short SPY right now. I have one more add entry on SPY if need be. So we are long Tesla now. 240.40. It's a starter position. This is just more of a hedge to our NVIDIA shorts and Bitcoin shorts and Tesla. Basically, the stop will be low of day here in case we get a flush on some sort of news. I'm seeing Google still curling over to the downside. Doing here. NVIDIA is pushing up, so it's going to help this market now. Is it going to get any help? Apple's coming down. No, Google's coming down. So net negative there. NVIDIA had a failed little breakout there, potential. SPY's coming down hard. All right, I'm going to cut. No, I'm still riding Tesla. I'm still riding. If we lose, we're still hedged. So I'm just going to hold Tesla right now. Slightly going down on the money. I'm actually going to put a stop loss on Tesla below the pre-market low. So it's going to be at 240.01. And that's just going to be a hard stop on Tesla. Just because I am seeing some weakness creeping into Google and Apple. So their pre-market low is at 240.08 on Tesla. I'm bumping this stop up to 240.01. And we are starting to make a little bit of a move here, which is good to see. Look at that move on Tesla. Come on, baby. Get going, get going. All right, since we're carving out a right shoulder, I'm moving the stop now to this low pivot on Tesla. All right, I'm going to move the stop now in the money just slightly. 240.45. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. I do option trading mostly. That's beautiful, Cyrus. That's beautiful, man. Certainly the volatility is absolutely insane. Look at Tesla go. Yes! All right, moving stop up on Tesla to 240.63, locking in 23 cents per share minimum. Come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Inverted head and shoulders is intact. All right, moving stop up some more. 240.74 on Tesla. 240.74. Holy moly. 240.74. Tesla's still squeezing. Tesla's still squeezing. Tesla's still going. All right, I'm moving my stop up some more. 240.89 on Tesla. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 240.89. All right, continue to move your stop up. Continue to move your stop up on Tesla. NVIDIA is breaking as well. Look at this big surge. All right, I'm exiting Tesla up here. 240.22. I'm all out of Tesla. 240.22. All right, so we took profits on our Tesla, pretty much at that high. I'm still holding a SPY, AMD, and a coin. It does seem like the markets want to maybe test as well that it would have to get through the bear gap on the SPY ETF. I'm just going to, we'll see if it can get up there or if it gets rejected. But we did take profits on our S&P short and an AMD short. But markets are acting well at this point in time. They are trying to move up. SPY still acting well. The dollar's bouncing. Next ad level on NVIDIA is Pierce of 465, which we're approaching. So 464.60. Thank you for the coffee. Much appreciated. 464.60 on NVIDIA. We just added, so that's a 3/4 position. 3/4 position. Dollar's still trying to bounce off of this support level. You're hitting the 4-hour 50 moving average. You're hitting the 1-hour 200 MA. So it should yield a little bit of... VIX is still green. The VIX is actually trending up a little bit more as the markets are going. So we added to our NVIDIA short right at that 465.0 level. This you just did tap the daily 7 moving average, so it's a good area. Our average is now sitting at 464.60. Let's see if we get some downside bias now. S&P is trying to come in just a little bit. Coinbase is putting in a potential bear flag to move lower. I'm just seeing if there's any other headlines here that I can discuss and go over. Just bear with me right now. All right, Apple's starting to break down. Well, maybe the reason Tesla sold off was this headline that came across: Tesla executive overseeing Dojo supercomputer departs. So I guess a Tesla executive, a pretty important executive, departed today. Maybe that's why Tesla's been weak. That could certainly be it. Just going to look at a 3-minute chart here. Hey, Cyrus, how has your option trading been going with this exceptional volatility? I just called out a coin 0DTE put, but I don't play in the options market as frequently as I trade common shares. Unless I see a pretty convincing setup that I like, I usually just trade common shares, a little less risky, in my opinion. I've been trading for about 10 years, and most of my experience is in common shares, and it's been working well for me, so I don't, why fix something that's not broke? All right, Google's falling here, giving up a lot of the price action. Apple's putting in a bearish consolidation. Tesla's coming back down to test the neckline of the inverted head and shoulders that we played on the long side. NVIDIA's still holding up. Amazon's still holding up. Nat gas is down 0.3. Oil's up. Oil just turned from red to green. So if oil gets going at these lows, that's again another headwind for the market. Typically, a positive oil price acts as another form of tightening for the markets. And I'm still seeing that VIX green, even though the Qs are up a whopping 1.5%. How is the VIX staying green? Dollar's still down 0.69%. Bitcoin's negative by 0.78%. Gold is up $5, 0.3%. And these markets are just chugging along here. But typically fortune does favor the brave. We're still seeing a dash to crash. Dash to trash. I'm long this NRSN at the 67.50 area. So I'm long at 67, basically 67 cents here. I do not risk anyone full porting this at all. We hit pre-market low, pre-market highs all the way back up there, so I expect some movement. Speculation plays. I actually played CMND a few days ago on my live stream. We caught this whole gap up 3 days in a row. I was preaching CMND on my Thursday, Friday, and Monday stream. I was preaching the long trade on CMND, and basically come Tuesday morning, boom, they announce a positive gap up. I expect this one to still have our pattern. Big down candle on NVIDIA. We're now in the money nicely. Look at this fall coming in. So we have a little bit of a weekly bottoming tail. More sellers are stepping in, but I expect this one to potentially make one more little run up to the high side. Look at this fall on NVIDIA and the S&P. We are starting to drift lower here. Come on, baby. We want those. Gosh, yes. Come on, SPY. Get rejected. Get rejected. Yes. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Look at this dump. Yes. Let's go, man. Beautiful dump on SPY. Look at that. Almost in the money on our short SPY short. Still consolidation zone. Back under the neckline. Come on, baby. Look at this NVIDIA dump. Booyah, baby. Booyah. I'm expecting NVIDIA to now test this support here. I'm expecting it to test this support here. I'm going to look to cover half my position and leave room to run. I'm seeing Tesla breakdown, Apple's falling. Look at this. So when we hit this trend line on NVIDIA, I'm going to cover half and leave the rest running, okay? AMD's starting to fall now. Come on, baby. Yes. Come on. Anybody catch those shorts with me? Anybody catch those shorts with me? Please tell me I'm not just ranting here. So far, so good. That's good, Cyrus. I'm always happy to hear people making money instead of the institutions. They're big enough. We're the little kids on the block. Look at NVIDIA go. Yes. Yes. Come on, NVIDIA. One more little dip. And I'm going to cover around this 462.90 area. Half the position and leave runners with a break-even stop. All right, SPY's going down for another round of selling. We should see more weakness in this market. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Get to the ground. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Still pockets of strength in this market. You know, you have most sectors still green. Only healthcare and energy are down. The next closest sectors to going red are utilities and industrials. All right, come on, NVIDIA. Give it up. Give it up now. SPY's bouncing. All right, I'm covering half my NVIDIA here, 413.16, 413.16. I did cover half, and I'm going to put a break, an in-the-money stop at this pivot here. Okay, so I put an in-the-money stop after covering half the position. So the stop loss on NVIDIA is sitting at that 430, 463.78-ish. Come on, baby. Get low, get low, get low when the whistle go boom, 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 boom. Still waiting on AMD to fall. This one's just been a fucking monster. It's looking like all day we might just be stuck in this trade. Well, we'll see. Lots of time left. SPY is still selling. Tesla's losing pre-market lows. It's an absolute short. I'm gonna look at some 0 DTEs on Tesla here. Just give me 1 second. I just want to be careful with this. Oof. All right, 237 0 DTEs on Tesla. 237 0 DTEs on Tesla. I'm entering here. 237 0 DTEs on Tesla. Tesla just lost pre-market low. Our markets are trying to bounce here though. Tesla 0 DTEs, 237 0 DTEs. It's a starter position. I'll add to it if we bounce up to, let's call it, it's about to go negative on the session. We're losing pre-market low, still holding NVDA short. All right, SPY's falling some more now. Apple's giving it up, so is Google. Google's retracing a big portion of its move. Amazon's curling over to the downside. AMD's still holding strong. SPY's still struggling though. NVIDIA's coming back down. SPY, let's see if we get a little micro head and shoulders here. You have a big left shoulder, kind of a bull flag consolidation that tried breaking out. You have your little head. Now you're forming this right shoulder right underneath, again, this previous neckline that took us down hard. So watching that closely. Tesla's bouncing here. Tesla's bouncing. Amazon's curling. All right. SPY is continuing to fall, so we're gonna fucking print here. Let's go, man. Let's go. Come on, man. Natural gas is turning green. Yes. Everything's working. Dollars trying to catch up mints. We just need our coin to start giving it up. Come on, and AMD. Fuck AMD, man. Oh, that one's brutal. It's the saving grace is that we traded this in the morning off of this big initial dip and we banked on it. But now it's just gone friggin' insane on us. Absolutely parabolic on us. Absolutely parabolic. NVIDIA may stop me out at fourths. All right, I just got stopped. No, I'm still in. I'm still in. My broker hasn't stopped me on NVIDIA. 463.78 is my stop on NVIDIA. I'm still in. It's almost there though. But look at this AMD. I'm still holding short AMD down here. And I mean, this thing's just wrecked my ass from that a day trading perspective. You're still into a really good swing short area. All right, NVIDIA just stopped me out there on the second half of the position. So NVIDIA did just wick me out for the second half. The pre-market low. It is the only mega cap that's under its pre-market low. It is trying to recapture it right now as we speak. SPY is still just hovering right at that neckline. It's a huge, huge level. The dollar's still trying to move up just a tad. Tesla's trying to get back above pre-market low. Finding some sellers though. Bitcoin's trying to get back above the neckline. It's really trying here. Again, finding some near-term rejection. Amazon and Meta are still holding up really well, so is Microsoft. But again, with Tesla being so weak, I do anticipate some weakness to creep into Amazon. Like, Tesla's really dragging down the XLY. It was up much, much more. The Dow is still positive. I guess Rivian stock is surging according to Yahoo Finance. Let's see if there's any other squeezy stocks making moves. Oh, why is it so quiet here? Again, I'm going to take this time to mention that I do run is my website. Definitely check out my membership options. I post daily analysis videos for all my members. You can even see I'm on Predictogram. I'm one of the most frequent predictors, and I just joined, and I have a higher than most average on Predictogram, where it tracks all of your predictions intraday. So you can't really sugarcoat or hide anything. It's fully transparent. I did win Predictogram yesterday. I'm probably going to try to end in the top 5 or at least top 3 today, maybe even first again, based off of my predictions for the market. But definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. Like I said, I post member daily analysis videos. Each day I go over basically all of the commodities, important commodities, sectors, indices, individual stocks, trade alerts. You'll get access to my live trading Discord. I also track a lot of insider buying and selling. There's been some insider activity from Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, recently. After 2 years of not selling, he's now selling at these highs. That should tell you something. There's a lot of NVDA executives selling. There's some insider at Apple that have been selling recently. Amazon, Bezos has been also selling recently. So SPY is just getting wrecked here. We're now in the money on our trade, waiting on our 0DTE Tesla puts and coin puts.
I hate to be the other side, but no, Shark, don't do it. Big spot here.
SPY is now getting a little bit of a bounce here. Amazon's starting to curl over to the downside. So is Microsoft. Google's still falling a little bit here. Coin is trying to move up on us, so that's not good for our coin, unfortunately. But it's still early on. Bitcoin, the dollar's still been weak all day. So, I mean, you would naturally expect Bitcoin to try to push up, but it had that attempt at pushing up and breaking out, and now it's finding some resistance. NVIDIA is looking like another short here. It's forming a 2-minute bear flag, potential head and shoulders pattern as well. Broadening formation, Apple's curling over. So, AMD is looking like another short trade yet again. SPY is still seeing some sellers here. SPY is potentially triggering this head and shoulders as well. You have a flat bottom neckline. Well, technically, actually, no, it's negated because of the fact that you wicked below, and now you're closing back above, and you can't have a down sloping neckline on the on a head and shoulders pattern. So still a little bit wonky here in this area on SPY. The weakness is now coming from Apple and Google. Tesla's getting a push back up to the high side, so I may average down again and add to my put position here on Tesla. If Tesla pushes to up to 241. I'll add another lot to my puts. Super, super risky.
I don't want to ruin anything for anyone. I was just thinking, man, what a great fake move down if that was a bear trap, though.
Apple's still curling over here.
Still gonna have to go a little higher to recapture that high, that was top area. So I'm not over that. That's why I grabbed some.
Damn. Tesla's moving up on us here. Going against us a little bit. That's okay though. Still have an additional 3 entries to work our average. That's probably the biggest thing that I've learned as a trader is never to go in too heavy at one level, because it's that time where you're so confident in a specific level and you go balls deep or full port. That typically wrecks you. That's what I've found, at least from my personal experience.
Sure, yeah, hope it goes both ways. But I just wanted to do something this morning. Yeah, same. Your life is a pleasure. Same with Google. It is great. Yo, Triz, I love your laugh. It's fucking legendary. Somebody's gonna put that on the soundboard. No, it's his pickup. I'm still cutting in and out. You were. Then you came back and then you left again.
All right, SPY's now coming. Coins falling a little bit here. We're seeing AMD finally breaking down just a little bit, creating a little bit of a lower high. Amazon's falling sharply here. Amazon is falling sharply. Sorry, a squawker's just squawking out something here. Wow. Amazon's getting demolished now. That AI is still down 11%, over 11%. All right, I'm tempted to short. Amazon's getting wrecked. Whoa, Amazon's falling hard here. I mean, that should help our Tesla short, sucking money out of XLY. But wow, this is insane price action. Come on, Tesla. All right, I'm looking at an NVIDIA short here. NVIDIA. I'm actually just going to take some puts. I'm going to take 4. Damn, where does this target take you? I think it takes you lower. 462 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. 462 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. I repeat, 462 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. Let's play ball. So we have 0 DTEs on NVIDIA, Tesla, Coin, all just entry positions. Okay, let's see what we get. SPY short, we're basically fly in place here. Neckline is clear. You have 3 major pivot connection points off of this neckline. The downside target, if this breaks, is all the way down here. And we only needed to get to 462 to be in the money. Time will tell if that comes to fruition. Bitcoin's now seeing another little round of selling. We entered our NVIDIA here at 463.63. I have not added to Tesla yet. If it breaches that 241 area, I will. SPY is creating a little bit of a move higher here. Still just stuck in a range. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. Getting rejected off Bitcoin. Coin, we're still losing on our coin trade, but that's okay. Dollar is still soft today. VIX is moving up. So here, you still have the S&P and markets near the highs, but VIX is moving up. So now things are getting interesting from a volatility standpoint. Downside protection is continuously being bought, and I bet you're probably trying to make some higher lows on the VIX here intraday. So the VIX, let's look at the 10-minute chart on the VIX. Amazon's still selling. Google's still selling a little bit. Apple's coming down a little bit more now too. Look at this VIX curling up a little bit. Now you had your big gap up coming down. If the VIX breaks out of this little trend line here, we could see a pretty big sharp move. All right, look at NVIDIA now too. NVIDIA is just teetering on that neckline on the 2-minute chart. So get ready for some more downside in NVIDIA. Likely. It's triggering that neckline break right now. Hopefully it weighs on AMD as well, because AMD has just been a powerhouse, just ridiculous powerhouse stock. All right, NVIDIA is tricking people out here. It's breaking the neckline, now getting wicked above. So it's like, it's really wild price action. All right, coin is starting to cooperate with us just a little bit here. Potential lower high on Meta, but you still have a higher low. Another little, I see little micro head and shoulders pretty much showing up in many places in the market here. VIX is now up 1%. It is trying to continue. Big push on the S&P though. That was a really big push on the S&P. So NVIDIA tricked people there right at the neckline. So another headline on Yahoo Finance: the Dow trails the S&P 500 by the most since the year 2000. Wow. That was the year of the dot-com bubble. The Dow is up just shy of 9% this year. The benchmark S&P has doubled that, rising almost 19%. The difference is the most it's been since the year 2000, the dot-com crash. Very interesting. All right, so markets are getting a pretty decent bounce there. I'm just about to add to Tesla. It's almost at 241. It's almost at 241. The average down on Tesla. NVIDIA's got a big push, so if NVIDIA pushes back up to 464.50-ish, I will add again to that trade. Another lot. All right, the S&P is now moving up yet again. Bitcoin seeing another little round of selling. Google's still coming down. Amazon's had a nice bounce after that hard volume sell. Spiders are moving up pretty heavily here. Excuse me. Oh, I guess the big drop in the dollar there was the yen. You had a little bit of a intervention by the BOJ and their interest rates. That makes sense. That does make sense. AMD is making a new high of day. All right, I just added to Tesla there on that pop, 241.03. I added to my put position to Tesla. I did add to my put position to Tesla. Notice how the S&P SPY is still getting rejected at this key trend line. It's pretty wild, that trend line. It's very wild. All right, I'm seeing Google now coming down yet again. Apple's starting to soften up just a little bit again, testing the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. Nat gas is up nicely, 0.5%. Oil is up 0.5%. Apple's selling some more now, so it's weighing in on the S&P. I repeat, Apple is weighing in on the S&P right now. Bitcoin's actually trying to sell some more. VIX is moving up, back up 1%. So again, I'm still seeing downside protection. You want to be cautious in this market. It's very rare as a trader to see the VIX green by 1% and all indices green, and not green by a small margin. Like the Qs are up over 1.3. The SPY's up over 0.78. The IWM's up 0.59. So what that's telling me is big money is positioning themselves with downside protection. Why is that? That's what I want to know. Why is big money positioning themselves with downside protection right now? That's what's making my brain wheels churn a little bit inside. And the Dixie's still soft as hell. The yields have softened up from the highs as well. This market should, in theory, be ripping. All right, AMD just made a new high. NVIDIA's trying to push up. Remember, I'm going to add to NVIDIA at around the 464.50 area. 464.50 area. Bitcoin's trying to bounce here with the S&P and markets. Some of the squeezy stocks, like, let's go through the list. Riley RLY is up 9.24%. You have SunPower up 3. Carvana just turned green. FSR is up 3.9. We played that members this morning, banked a lovely 9%. You have PCT up 9.34%. SI Siri is up 4. Or Sirius, I should say. KSS is up 5.45. VIX is still climbing, guys. I repeat, VIX is still climbing because it's showing some potential volatility and accumulation. Unless the other theory is that they're pumping the VIX up today right before VIX Crush Friday tomorrow. But again, it's just very peculiar to see the VIX green. You often see a market sell-off. What's interesting is we had that big gap up yesterday, hard rejection. All of this distribution is happening inside this wide range red bar candle from yesterday. All of it. I repeat, you're still in a bearish range, and it's happening right underneath the neckline of this head and shoulders that triggered. So I remain very, very skeptical of this market rally. Amazon's falling, Google's still falling. Apple's curling over now some more, so let's see what downside we can get here. AMD new high of day. AMD's just fucking destroying my ass, so I'm going to hold on to that one overnight. I am not covering AMD up 8.64%. I don't care about no chip. I know semiconductors are taking a turn for the worst here, technically speaking. They're starting to roll over and get some short-term simple moving average crosses on the 3, 7, and 20 day. So I'm not covering AMD up here. I will sit through this one. So now what I'm watching is a potential head and shoulders here on the SPY. Your new neckline is there. Just going to tighten up but you almost have this kind of dual left shoulder, your head, and now you're forming this right shoulder here. So it would similarly be like this. And I do think we have a bond auction coming up on the short end yields. I'll have to double check my notes. Whoops. VIX is still climbing here. If this head and shoulders triggers, if we get a break of this neckline, NVIDIA will break its neckline. Could take us down to 457 on the chart. So we'll just keep that on the radar. We'll watch it. We'll monitor it. Hasn't triggered. Tesla's moving up again. NVIDIA's trying to break and base to try to move higher. The VIX still moving up there. The VIX is still moving up there. So we're still riding coin puts, Tesla puts, NVIDIA puts, and SPY short. I have one more entry on the SPY that I can add to. Our last entry was right at this level that we're at. A little bit of a micro bull flag forming. VIX is still climbing though. Unless they're just throwing me for a loop with this VIX shenanigans. AIM is still pushing. SPY is still trying. The IWM is trying as well. So I'll add to Tesla puts again at 241.99 or 242. AMD is getting a big squeeze here on volume. It's continuing to grind and push. So I guess AMD is now the new leading semiconductor stock. Bitcoin maybe seeing another round of selling. Apple's still falling off of its highs. It's still up 1%. Nvidia's up 2. Microsoft's up 0.4. Tesla's up 0.76. AMD's up 8.9. Bitcoin down 1. Coinbase up 1. Google up 5.3. Amazon up 1.7. Wow, what a pump on AMD. 464.50 I'm going to add to my NVIDIA contracts. 464.50 I'll add to my NVIDIA contract. So keep that level on watch. Keep that level on watch, please. Markets are just very slow right now. Very, very slow. Still potentially forming a right shoulder here. All right, SPY is running into a little bit of sellers here. I will be right back in 2 minutes. STNE. Let's take a look at the Brazil stocks. STOneCo. I actually love trading StoneCo. So this rally in STNE was from Central Bank of Brazil cutting rates. So they're one of the only central banks doing that. And now look at this. It is falling. So next support on this is basically back in this range on STNE, but it's now falling pretty precipitously down 3.38%. Interesting. New lows on STNE. Oh my goodness, the markets are just range bound right now. It's just chopping people up.
Snowflake has a conference today too, guys. The 350. Barclays is presenting at Barclays. So just getting a nice candle here.
So we are putting in a little bit of a consolidation pattern here to potentially break out. I'm just trying to see here. Apple's still, though, looking a little bit curly to the downside. Microsoft's holding up, though. Okay, Google's getting another bounce. Meta's still uptrending. Amazon's struggling, though. Tesla's trying to move higher. NVIDIA is almost at that 464.40 area where I will add to the position, but things are looking a little more optimistic now for the indices. Still monitoring that VIX. I'm watching it climb. It's up 1.23%. Another big indication if something goes sour here is the fact that I'm watching the other derivative in the VIX, which is the UVXY. I haven't seen that turn green yet. It's still down by 1 penny, but it's been moving up slowly all throughout the day. If that starts to turn green with the VIX, then we'll likely know that, okay, maybe there is going to be a late day profit taking or flush. All right, NVIDIA is pushing up to 464.50. Apple's curling. All right, I just added to my NVIDIA put position at that 464. So that's now my second entry on NVIDIA. My second entry on NVIDIA. If NVIDIA takes out that high of day, I will basically take a loss on these 0DTs. Whoa, big move on Tesla and the SPY here. Big move on Tesla. Holy moly. Big move on SPY. Right back to that neckline. Almost at a double top. AMD's still pushing. Microsoft got a big bump there. I'll do another. I have 2 more adds to my Tesla put position.
You're taking the over tonight? No, I was thinking about it, but I'm gonna take the under. The under is usually, percentage-wise, the under is like 65% this year. Yeah, especially with these two teams playing trash.
All right, Apple's breaking a 2-minute bear flag. That's why the S&P is falling here. Amazon's coming down as well. SPY's still acting well. You popped out of this consolidation range. You need to hold it. Everybody loves chocolate. Everybody loves chocolate. Hershey's seeing a spike in activity. Whoa, big jump in Hershey. It's now up over 0.55%. It's not up that much. That's some heavy volume there on Hershey. VIX still up over 1%. All right, Hershey's breaking out of an inverted head and shoulder, so we could potentially play some calls. Let's see this. I'm going to do 193 calls, 0 DTEs on Hershey. 193 calls on Hershey, 0 DTE. There's a gap fill that I'm seeing here, which I think we can actually get to. 193 calls on Hershey. We entered there at 191.08. It's always tough playing news, but I'm seeing a gap fill and a potential inverted head and shoulders. Hopefully we get a break. All right, Apple falling a little bit. S&P's falling a little bit. Come on, get into the 193s, Hershey. Get into the 193s. Come on, Hershey. Move your butt up there. Move your butt up there. SPY's coming down, so that's going to be hard for the market. But you know what? I don't mind holding this Hershey one because we already have some puts against the market and shorts against the market. So it's kind of almost a little bit of a hedge, right? But you are running into this red bar resistance there. That's your gap fill all the way up there. SPY moving right back up. VIX has just softened a little bit from the highs. The Dixie's trying to move up as well. Coinbase is now cooperating. High. All right, NVIDIA is pushing up along with this market's just been grinding in a range. All right, VIX is falling, so that's going to help the market. It should help the market in theory with the VIX falling. VIX is now falling pretty sharply here, but so is the S&P. Hasn't triggered the neckline, but there's still a little potential. NVIDIA is pulling off of the highs now. Amazon, Google, Meta also on watch for a head and shoulders trigger. Watch Meta. Meta's making lower highs. It's forming a little bit of a wedge pattern. And Apple's just slowly grinding down. But VIX is falling now. Still green on the session. All right, Coinbase is cooperating. We're almost at that 134, 0 DTE puts. Still holding Tesla puts, NVIDIA puts, Hershey calls, all 0 DTEs on the options. Super, super risky. Almost got shaken out of NVIDIA there. Now it's starting to cooperate with this fall in the S&P. Come on, baby. Take this market down a little bit, man. That's just relentless. AMD is relentless. Erase that. Erase that. Erase that. All right, SPY's falling. Tesla's getting hit pretty hard here. Same thing with Apple. Apple's been grinding down all day. So watch Apple because it has been grinding down all day. Apple's going for the 194 level. It is falling here. Coinbase is now testing that 135 area. Tesla's pulling in off of that 241.88 high, now trading at 241. So it's fallen here. Bearish pattern on coin, taking out a major pivot here. Should see more lows. I do see one more resistance on AMD where it might want to go to. It does imply a little bit more upside. Microsoft big pop. Whoa, Microsoft big pop. Excuse me. Let's show you this AMD chart that I'm looking at now. So S&P moving right back up. I'm going to go to the hourly chart on the S&P. So this is the only new resistance trend line I see on AMD, connecting this pivot to this intersection, these pivot highs. So that's really the only AMD resistance I see.
What does it say for tomorrow? Could come at the very end of the session, as is often the case on Fridays.
But a mean reversion from today would be a small sell-off.
Yeah, it would. And then like rip into.
All right, NVIDIA's pushing up here. NVIDIA's getting a big surge.
I don't know. I feel like
So I'll add to the NVIDIA for the third time. Remember, we have 4 lots to add. I'll add at 465, a pierce of 465. I'm going to add to NVIDIA. But SPY is going for a new high of day. A new high of 10 and finding resistance. Amazon's breaking lower here. Amazon's falling pretty sharply here now. So now you're starting to see the Russell trying to consolidate in a very tight range and move higher. Coin is now breaching the 135 area.
I added a couple shorts on MNQ, just baby shorts. And what else was I trading today? Oh, I traded Tesla down today, so I was kind of proud of myself for that. It had a quick little drop. And then I went long.
All right, NVIDIA, I'm just adding at 465.03. I just added another lot at 465.03. Puts. So tap that. Coin is now into that 134 zone. So we have 134.0 DTE puts. We're 94 cents away from being in the money. Come on, coin. Give it up now. Give it up now. VIX is still up 0.7, but it has softened from the highs. Amazon's falling here, so I'm assuming that there's going to be some continuation weakness in Tesla. Apple's been really downtrending since you broke this pivot. Really since 12:20, Apple's been downtrending. I'm still thinking there's going to be a potential late day flush. We'll see. Microsoft's holding up. All right, coin, we're 82 cents away from being in the money. When those 0 DTs go in the money, it's often a prudent thing to do is to take profits. U.S. FCC approves Dish EchoStar merger deal, shares rise. Congress doesn't have the expertise to rein in on AI. They're always slow behind the technology, government, Congress. These are the dividend stocks that will hold up in a weakening economy in 2024. Wall Street or Market Watch. Let's see what they're focusing on. So, coin is still falling here, guys. So good to see. Good to see. 87 cents away from being in the money. Come on, coin. Give it up. We just need NVIDIA and Tesla to cooperate. AMD I've kind of wrote off as a swing. You know, I'm going to hold that one overnight, at least for a small pullback. NVIDIA pushing up yet again, tapping the daily resistance here at the 7-day moving average. 465.31 is the real resistance. But NVIDIA is trying to tap and break up. So watch our coin trade, guys. Watch our coin. We have 134 puts on coin here. I'm watching that closely. Bitcoin's trading at 43,211. So it's just above 43,000. It's triggering a head and shoulders as we speak. The dollar's trying to rise. Downside target off of this head and shoulders break. Let's just do a measured move calculation really quickly on my other screens. So we should see Bitcoin hit at least 42,507. Coin puts are almost in the money. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Fall. Amazon's breaking. Bitcoin's still coming down. 60 cents away from our coin puts being in the money. Come on. Give it up. This dotted line, I'm seeing the Russell starting to break down just a little bit. The area that I'm looking at on Bitcoin is, what the heck? Why is my Bitcoin chart different here? I'm just going to go on the 5-minute chart. Ah, there it is. So we're still holding, but if we break this, you have a nice little head and shoulders on Bitcoin. Left shoulder head. We need to break this neckline though. Dollar needs to rally in order for that to happen. We'll watch that closely. NRSN. I'm already up on the trade 10%. Very small position though. Very tiny position with a name like this, Neurosense. But I would see it getting back to this gap fill. I think that's probably a fair assumption to make, just from a technical perspective. But I entered here at 67 cents, and we are getting a nice little, here's your hard sell, bear range, breakdown, new low. Now you're breaking out of that range. Really wild price action here on the SPY. Still makes me think a downside move is going to commence. SPY still hasn't taken out the high of day. It's really just chopping inside of that wide range red bar. VIX is getting a small little pop. We're at 2:17 time frame, so there's an hour and 40 minutes left. Still holding puts on Tesla, puts on NVDA, puts on coin, shorts on AMD, shorts on SPY, puts on and calls on Hershey, longs on NRSRN, longs on CMND, longs on BSFC. All right. Just back to some of these headlines. So yeah, Walt Market Watch article is saying that obviously they're expecting a weakening economy in 2024. Oh, I can't really see what they're recommending for stocks. SPY pushing up. Bitcoin still challenging that neckline. Hasn't broke it yet. It's holding above it for now. Tesla's moving up. Microsoft's trying to break out of a flag pattern. That's going to help the markets a lot. All right, SPY is trying to break out here, guys. Watch for SPY upside. It's trying to break out.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, Frank? I taught him 2 years. I've known him for 2+ years. He didn't know anything about the Got it.
SPY new high of day. SPY is making a new high of day. Meta is trying to break out. SPY is pushing. 458.83 is the next resistance on SPY. So we're back above this neckline. That's a good sign for the bulls. That neckline has been negated. Coin's getting a big push. Microsoft's pushing. Bitcoin's bouncing. So you have TNA trying to break out now. SPY is pushing. Big push on SPY. SPY is continuing here.
Top of the range is that 459.65. WM getting its first pullback since breaking out on was that Friday?
SPY is continuing to push. Bitcoin's still coming down here though. VIX is still green as the markets are grinding higher here. VIX is still green. Bitcoin's now breaking lower as the SPY is pushing up here. VIX is softening a little bit here. So markets are pushing up here. But Bitcoin's breaking and testing that neckline again. So neckline again. Will we break it? Will we break it here? Big level on Bitcoin.
That's sick. I threw it up top. Got it.
SPY is pushing up. I will add to my position at 458 on SPY. It's piercing, it's piercing. I just added 458. So 458.86. I did add to my short there on the SPY. That was my final add right at that. Coins falling some more. NVDA made a brief new high, but it is coming, getting bought right back up. SPY is wicking here. Wicking. NVIDIA's AMD is tapping that trend line that I showed you moments ago. Big volume coming in on Apple. Meta getting a little bit of reversal candle. Crazy price action here. Now there is a chance that SPY can go to the top of this channel. We're going for another test of this bear gap. So it's at around 459.04. If we can't get up there today, it's going to show that the bears are in control. So I'm going to remove these since we're out of that. VIX is still green even though the SPY is making new highs here. Notice how we have not confirmed above this neckline yet. You got your pop, your 2-minute candle closed inside of this wick. Got a huge pop up, breakout, reversal engulfing that previous 2-minute candle. We should have a top day. Look at that volume. That should be the high of day on the SPY. And now if the VIX is going to according to plan, we should see more downside. NVIDIA is softening, 2-minute hanging man candle on NVIDIA. Big reversal engulfing candle on the 2-minute chart for Meta. Meta tried breaking out. But heavy volume was just traded there on all indices. Bitcoin still testing the neckline. Higher lows on the VIX forming.
I know he's a smart guy. I don't doubt that. But I mean, that is a stupid comment to make. If you were given the chance to take $1 billion on a 0% interest, you wouldn't do it because you don't borrow money. Come on, bro. Oh my God, bro. Come on, AMD. VMAA, Bravo, Michael, Echo, Alpha, stressing increased activity, morning lows for VMEA. Well, Mikey, what 130 or what? No, to your AMD, Alpha, Michael, Delta, seeing increased activity, new highs for AMD. Honestly, 130 is a great spot, especially for today. $2 more, but it is. With this strength, I think we can do it. It's right at that, right at the spot. What is that, June? Even dollar level.
So just like that, markets had a big rejection at the highs there. Notice how we're back underneath the same neckline. You may think I'm crazy watching this neckline, but it has great importance because that triggered that big sell-off. And this is the bear gap at that 494. We get there and fill it, then that's a positive sign for the bulls. But if we continue to get rejected there, that's never a good sign. All right, I'm seeing the dollar trying to move up here. Bitcoin's testing the neckline again. Apple's trying to break out. Microsoft's trying to break out to the upside. Bitcoin's still looking a little bit weaker on the charts.
That's crazy that all this happened today, man. I missed this entire.
Yeah, I got a long term, but yeah, I missed it in terms of trading it today for sure.
How did you do today? 10 bucks. Jeez.
AMD's hitting that resistance. Bitcoin's breaking the neckline. Dollar's moving up. This is where the markets could sell. Watch for a head and shoulders on Google. Google's shaping up to be at this neckline after wicking on huge volume. Don't be surprised if we still fall and retest lower. I mean, we had a pre-market low all the way down here at 455. No, sorry, we gapped up from 454 down here. So I'm just going to draw a fib all the way up here, and we've put a high of day in here. I'm going to draw that previous pivot in. This one we can erase. All right, Bitcoin's breaking the neckline now. So Coinbase puts are almost in the money. Closely, I'm watching it closely. It's teetering on a break of this neckline. Look at that topping formation. It is falling. Our Coinbase puts are 17 cents, almost in the money here. Come on, Bitcoin. Come on, coin. I'm going to put on coins because that's our 0DTE play. It is moving up. Coinbase puts are almost there. Come on, coin. Get in the money. Get in the money for us. Come on. SPY's pushing right back up.
Did it work? Oh boy, so much trouble getting up here. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Apple's trying to cause a little bit of a breakout. Same thing with Microsoft. Bitcoin's still falling, guys. Bitcoin is still falling here. VIX is still green. NVIDIA is still coming back down now, while AMD remains strong. Big candle there. Let's see. This has been a pattern that I don't like to trade on the long side. Just this light floating grinding session. It's known as a distribution pattern where market makers suck people in like they're grinding this market higher and then they rip it back to net. Look how hard that sell-off happened there. We could see something like that again. In the matter of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 minutes, we erased basically what was that, an hour of price action. So don't be surprised if that happens again. But that same neckline is rejecting price. Coin puts are almost in the money. We're about to go green on them. NVIDIA, we're now seeing NVIDIA falling pretty sharply. Alright, so Bitcoin is bouncing, retesting the neckline. You had big drops on the indices from Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, Google, NVDA. You can see the SPYs back underneath that neckline off of a huge red candle. You had that initial pop and failed to hold it. And now you're looking to come in. AMD's even selling off of that trend line that I gave you now. You're still seeing the Russell 2000 trying to move up. Meta's coming in. Google on watch for a potential break of a neckline on the 5 and 10 minute chart. Watching that closely. There's a beautiful head and shoulders on Google where it's triggering right now. Let me show you this price action. So remember, Google, the strongest mega cap today. Asian stocks, if Google breaks lower, it's going to drag the XLC down, which is Meta. So this is a head and shoulders now triggering on the 5 minute chart. 1 minute and 19 seconds will have a potential close below the neckline. It has not closed there yet. You're still technically at support, but watching this for a continuation breakdown. If Google breaks down in sympathy, you're going to have Meta breakdown.
The execution speed just speaks for itself. It's insane. I think you were saying, Reda, we saved.
And that's a pretty decent head and shoulders. It's a decent looking one. Little steep neckline, but still valid, you know.
For the most part, a lot of us are trying to look for those quicker positions.
Tesla. AMD short is fucking me up. Not gonna lie, that one was a bad trade on my behalf. But we still banked early on the session, so it's insulating us. All of our profits are still up nicely. Still holding a SPY short, almost in the money. Still holding Coin 0DTE puts, which are almost in the money. And it's falling. Tesla's falling now. Come on. Get rejected at these levels. Dollar's trying to break out. In green all day. I've been very skeptical about this rally with the VIX green. I've been saying this all day, and I'm sorry if I sound like I'm a broken record on repeat, but you got to pay attention to these things. Come on, baby, fall. Fall, 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 fall. Come on. Dollar is trying to break out of this bearish range here. If we get a dollar breakout, a lot of downside in the markets. Look at this S&P fall, guys. Look at this S&P fall. Come on, indices. We're flat on our S&P trade. We're nicely in the money on our NVIDIA, but I still think there's more downside on NVIDIA. We want those 462 DTEs getting the money. That could be over 400 or 500% if it gets in the money. Dollar's getting rejected at that breakout, so we may see a little bit of a bounce occur in the markets. NVIDIA's still up 2%, Apple up 1%, Qs are up 1.45, S&P's up 0.8, Russell's up 0.7, dollar down 0.61, Bitcoin down 1.24% on the session. You have Google up 5.36%, the strongest mega cap. Meta up 2.94%. Energy stocks getting hit pretty hard today. The SMH is up 2.23. Some XPEV, some Brazilian and China stocks are getting hit hard again today. Carvana's up just slightly on the session. DraftKings is taking a hit. Netflix is up. Ethereum's up 4%. Come on, S&P. Give it up. Please just give it up, S&P. We're up about 12% on that NRSN trade. We are also up so far on NVIDIA. NVIDIA kind of has a double top rejection in place. All right, so Google did close below the neckline on the 5 minute chart for triggering of that head and shoulders. Watch for continuation downside in Google and Meta. I repeat, Google did trigger the head and shoulders on the 5 minute chart. Watch for more downside on Google.
For those of you that are price conscious, bam, thank you.
I mean, it's not even for the price conscious. Let me think about it this way, right? Like,
no, it is because if anyone who plays options, you should not be blind. And being blind is not being subscribed to an option flow system. Straight up.
I guess
NVIDIA is coming down. Repeat, NVIDIA has now changed its trend. It's in a directional 7-day, and the 20-day moving average is in a technical downtrend. So the pops should be shorted. I repeat, the pops should be shorted. I'm going to show you the daily chart. You have the Russell 2000 breaking out here on the Russell. But what I'm going to show you on NVIDIA, let's throw on the 7 moving average and the 3. So the 7 is in yellow, the 3 is in pink, and then we throw on the blue one, which is for bearish. Where's the 50-day now? So the next bearish cross set to occur is with the 3 and the 50. If that happens, NVIDIA is going to the low end of its channel, 400. And let me be clear, I mean, this would still be holding a longer-term weekly uptrend if NVIDIA even falls to 400. So just because you're slightly bearish, you know, collapsing or this or that. But look at this breakdown coming in NVIDIA. So our NVIDIA average is sitting at 464.36. That's where we took our average trade. So our puts are printing nicely on NVIDIA, but I think there's more. Obviously, there's 0 DTEs, so they're super volatile, but 462 is my level. 462 0 DTEs, that's what I did call out. Bitcoin got a clear rejection at that neckline. Now you're seeing AMD starting to falter some more. All right, SPY getting a big push there. Big push on the SPY. Actually going against us, those might expire worthless. I'm seeing the CMND starting to move up just a little bit. Usually when the markets are beginning a bout of weakness, the All right, Bitcoin's continuing puts. I expect them to get in the money soon. Watch this Bitcoin. So what's interesting is the Russell's still diverging pretty sharply from the markets here. The S&P, Russell's moving up. Google's retracing to the neckline of its 5-minute head and shoulders. It is tapping the neckline right now as we speak. All right, Bitcoin's still selling here. S&P's holding, getting a little bit of a push and pop. VIX is still up 0.77% despite the indices green. Anybody looking at any trade setups that I'm not discussing right now? Tesla's still trading the most volume. AMD's slightly behind it with 88.77 million shares traded. Bitcoin's still falling. Coin, we're 43 cents from in the money. Honestly, like where I think coin could retest is basically pre-market low. How much time do we have? Still have an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, that's plenty of time to fall on Coinbase. All right, I'm cutting my Hershey calls for a loss. I apologize about Hershey. I'm just cutting them here at 189.65 for a loss on those calls. I apologize. Just cut those 0 DTEs. I took a pretty fairly sized decent loss on those. I was going to squeeze because I saw a potential bullish pattern. Tesla is now falling as well. Tesla's falling. S&P's falling. Let's see Tesla flush here. Just going to erase some of these trend lines here. Still have a downside on Tesla all the way down to here. All right, S&P's breaking lower now. S&P is breaking lower here. Let's take a look at the S&P. We're just like that. We're in the money on our short now on the S&P. Give it a flush. All right, if the S&P flushes, you know what? Like, I could see us flushing into this big support line. I would not be surprised. We're still just range bound. Look at this channel that I'm going to draw on. Look at that channel that we've been chopping in. We break this channel and I mean, ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Just going to lower this channel here. So we're breaking this channel right now. Just going to clean it up a little bit and make a little bit of a low pivot trend line here. Google getting rejected at its head and shoulders. Tesla coming in. Amazon coming in. Let's go. Let's fall. Let's fall. Let's fall. This VIX wasn't lying to us. It's starting to get some more downside. That NSRN, we're up 15% on that. CMND's pushing up. Coin puts are almost in the money. Come on, coin. Come on. SPY's trending lower here. Look at this fall in the SPY. What did I say to you about this grind slower? I don't trust these grinds, man. Every time well, not every time, but most times where I've seen this grind, we've fallen. SPY's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Google's trying to recapture the neckline. Microsoft's trying to help this market. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. Tesla, give it up. Coin's still just hovering. 5-minute bear flag, though, forming. Bitcoin's still under the neckline. Meta's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Dollar's trying to break out of that consolidation range. All right, Tesla puts are now cooperating after working our average there with a couple entries. We're basically flat on our 0 DTEs. SPY's finding rejection. Probably confusing all you viewers here, but I'm just going to remove all these moving averages. Pink one as well. We'll keep the EMA 113 on in orange. That's a pretty big level. You can see that SPY has actually potentially triggered this head and shoulders here. Left shoulder head, right shoulder, neckline retrace. Downside target of this move is pretty decent today. 457. Let's see if we get above this neckline to negate it. Apple's pushing, so we may end up negating this. VIX is still pushing up just a tad. Watching that neckline closely. SPY finding some resistance there. Big bounce on Tesla, bounce on Google, bounce on Microsoft, Apple, pretty much everything bounced there.
And with Aries, you're getting the opportunity to basically get in like a Robin Hood before an IPO, but it's with Aries, right? And honestly, the project, I mean, Retta, the stuff you guys got going, again, I've said this before, but I got to go out and actually meet Retta and, get his mindset, get his real vision for Aries. And I can tell you right now, yes, I'm invested in the company, but
SPY getting rejected at the neckline. Let's see if we get more downside. I think it's set to resume here. The downside is likely set to resume. We're just waiting patiently. Google is getting rejected at the neckline, so 5-minute head and shoulders pattern is valid. Google's falling, it's dragging Meta down too. Microsoft's now seeing some selling pressure, so things are looking a little bit dicey here late in the session. Could it be a sour hour? Maybe. Power hour is approaching in 9 minutes. We could be seeing a sour hour instead of a power hour. But overall, it's still a positive day for the indices, with mega caps leading the charge. Obviously, the QQQs had a pretty phenomenal bounce to the high side. VIX is still up 1%, dollar's down 0.6. The dollar has done a perfect retrace to the 4-hour inverted head and shoulders. You would expect a continuation move from this area.
There are a couple of things that we're going to announce here in a few weeks that will probably make that a little bit more clear. But the truth of the matter is, I guarantee you, anyone that's ever actively traded with a brokerage account has some sort of right when it comes to their broker.
All right, SPY's falling a little bit, still holding Tesla puts, NVDA puts, coin puts, and SPY short. SPY short, we're in the money.
I think more importantly, step number one is to believe that there exists a problem here, and then step number two is do your due diligence. Open an Aries account. I'm free all the time. I've had plenty of phone calls with people that hit me up on Twitter, and just I kind of just get on and speak with them directly. But long story short, if you believe that there's a problem, then it's worth taking a look at. If you don't think there's a problem,
all right, so SPY is holding this neckline now, this trend line. Pivot to pivot to pivot, but it has triggered a head and shoulders in 1 minute. So I am anticipating some downside. I am seeing some weakness creeping into the small caps, the TNA indice right now as well. Rejection at the EMA 113 has occurred yet again. AMD is still acting strong, getting a nice big push. So is NVIDIA. So mega caps are trying to weather the storm here. But Google again has triggered that inverted head and shoulders.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the conversation that we got going on here. Definitely, I think it's 100% worth it to at least go in and check out the broker itself. Gives you $100 sign up when you deposit $500, and that could be part of your due diligence as well. See everything that they are building. We're talking about a pretty big vision here. I would love to know kind of what you think, Retta, are some of the most important steps and most important things that you have to hit on. Like, is there a specific feature that
Okay, potentially a new 5-minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA. It hasn't triggered yet. It has not triggered yet. But if we create this lower high right shoulder, we could see a move down to 461.80 if it breaks. I'll show you on my chart in a little bit here. I'm seeing the S&P break low, break down. With each tick that passes by, so this is the new head and shoulders that's in play. I'm going to erase this neckline, that previous one. You have a left shoulder development here. Your head, your right shoulder is forming over here. Will we break this pivot zone here today? That's the question. NVIDIA's been holding up. SPY is still selling. Amazon big wick down. Meta's falling. Google's getting rejected off the neckline. So right now it's just semiconductors are holding up. So how X and NVIDIA, we will see. But this head and shoulders is valid. Very, very much valid on the SPY chart. Bitcoin is still underneath that 10-minute neckline. Here comes NVIDIA. All right, so let's see if these 0 DTEs can print for us. Still holding coin puts, NVIDIA puts, Tesla puts. Big falls on Meta. Amazon getting absolutely taken to the woodshed right now. All right, NVIDIA is now coming in, softening. So is Tesla. SPY is still falling. Look at this fall. Downside target is 457, but I think we can even flush lower than that since we've kind of had a failure again at that bear gap. You know, markets were so close to filling that bear gap at 459.03 and have now come back down and pretty much almost failed that gap. AMD's up 9.85%. Holy shit. If this thing went negative, you would have a lot of pressure on the Qs and the indices. Bitcoin's getting a small pop here. AMD's still pushing up.
So that is really what I was like, I gotta do it. It wasn't some crazy stuff in there. It was like, I'm not gonna let Wolf hold Celsius over me and then hold trade Aries over me with a 40x type thing. I'm salty about Celsius. That's the real deep thing with it, if I'm being real. And I'm not gonna be salty about this one. So that was honestly my thinking around that one.
Alright, SPY is still falling here. I repeat, SPY is still falling. So we may have a little bit of a long trade, especially if we get a late day flush. A quick scalp opportunity is always nice late in the session. It's always risky, but there's always potential for a scalp late in the afternoon session if we get the right technical setup. So I'm just trying to isolate down a level for us.
Which you're paying crazy fees for being competitive there and using that to fund everything.
So we have some support at 457.90 on the SPY, some support at 457.90. That's your fib. Obviously, the downside target takes you through that level. So if we breach the first fib, I think it's more likely that we could actually flush down to this kind of dual pivot zone. You know, I'm seeing a little bit of a corresponding point here. That takes us to 353, 352 time frame on the charts. And that correlates with the previous break again. Aha, so that takes us to basically the fib, the 382 fib level, your previous breakout trend line, as well as this little pivot zone where you had a rejection, bearish consolidation, a big bull rally, rejection again, breakout. So we could see a flush all the way down to 457.30ish, 457.40ish. That's certainly in the cards. I'm seeing Amazon still flushing. Microsoft's now coming in from the highs. If Microsoft's up 0.46%, Tesla's up 0.7%, Apple's up 0.96%. What's the VIX doing? VIX is still holding green price action. Bitcoin is now testing that neckline, trying to get above. AMD wants that 10% gain on the session. Wow, what a crazy, crazy day. Amazon is still selling. Microsoft is still selling. So I'm still holding a SPY short here. We're nicely in the money. Coin puts, which we are up on the trade, but the 0DTEs have not gone in the money yet. NVDA puts, which are kind of basically just slightly going against us. Apple looks like it's going to test pre-market high back at the 193.83 level. Alright, now NVIDIA is falling, so let's see if NVIDIA can trigger. We need the semis to break down for the next leg lower in the S&P 500 here.
I just kind of want to put that out there. I'm 99.99% sure. Obviously, anything can happen, but I'm 99.99% sure.
Amazon's still falling.
We sort of check that box off on our list. We're very excited to wrap this out in 30 days. We're very, very happy with the results, and we're thrilled that people vote with their dollars. We're thrilled that people voted, voted for Aries to the tune of $500,000. It's been fantastic, and I'm kind of excited to wrap this up.
SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here. Remember, Google still has triggered that head and shoulders on the 5-minute, putting in a little bit of a bearish rising wedge. NVIDIA is starting to fall. Just a nasty 4-hour candle on the Qs if it ends this way. Big if, but it could. VIX is up only 0.5%. Indices are still green. NVIDIA is bouncing. Will we get this breakdown? I think we're going to have to see NVIDIA break lower, but Bitcoin's trying to move up now. 1 hour left. Is this going to be a power hour or a sour hour? Let's see. Time will tell. Time will tell. Big bounce on the Qs and the SPY. Big bounce on the SPY. Look at that bounce on NVIDIA. It's a pretty big bounce. I'm now see Amazon's still falling here. So Amazon really hasn't caught a bid with this S&P bounce. Amazon has not caught a bid. Take a look at this Neuro back down. Google's retesting the neckline, finding some near-term rejection. You'll have pretty big support bounced here. So if we flush into that 457 level will be pretty decent. All right, let me fix this chart here. And I just want to say thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. If you're interested in my Discord, my website is above, tradingcapital.ca. I do post daily analysis videos for my members, weekly sector reviews. I track insider buying and selling. You get access to all my live trade alerts through my Discord. And basically, I'll be welcoming any new members that are needing help in this market dissecting. It's always good to get second opinions and learn from other people. There's many ways to make money in this market. There's many ways to lose money. It's all just learning and trying to better our trade and averages. All right, big bounce coming in. All right, SPY. Amazon is still getting absolutely demolished here. Coins popping up. We have 1 hour left and Amazon is getting absolutely slaughtered into the close. It's still up on the session, but it's definitely falling. That's for sure. You have NVIDIA still up a couple percent on the back of AMD strength. AMD's up over 10% now. SPY still has triggered that head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Downside still all the way down to 457.70-ish. Amazon's bouncing now. Let's see. Google's trying to get back above the neckline on the 5 minute chart. VIX is still green on the session. All right, markets are now bouncing up a little bit. SPY is seeing another wave of selling. Now it's coming into the semiconductors. So AMD got hit there on that dip. Same thing. We get a neckline test and break. It's a nice 1 minute head and shoulders, also seen on the 2 minute and 5 minute chart. Let's see if we get a break here. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. Natural gas has gone green. A nice little daily bottoming tail on natural gas. Oil is back just slightly green. All right, bounce coming in the markets here. S&P and Qs are getting the bounce. Bitcoin's back above the neckline, so the head and shoulders that it did trigger on the 10-minute is negated temporarily. There's still another potential one that you could look to, but it has been negated, technically speaking. Same thing with Google. Google's back above its neckline, so you just now have to lower the neckline pivot, as it could still be forming a right shoulder, but therefore it is technically has negated the necklines. Coin is pushing up. All right, because Bitcoin's negated that, I'm going to cut my coin puts or put a break-even stop. I'm putting a break-even stop. 135.66 is my break-even, so break-even stop on those coin puts. Underneath, as well as this upsloping. Let's go back to the 1-minute chart. But notice how we have been trending along this EMA 113, bounce above, dip just slightly below, but bounce here, a little bit of a bounce, and now we're rejecting underneath that area. Yields are starting to creep up a little bit. Yields are starting to creep up a little bit. Watch that for continuation. SPY is coming back down some more. AMD is still holding strong here. All right, I got stopped out of my coin puts for break even. Small loss, actually. Small loss. May take a loss on NVDA and Tesla as well, but that's okay. That's what happens when we play the dangerous 0DTE game. Time is everything. Time is everything. SPY still technically in a bearish trend. Short-term trend. Big bounce though coming in coin and Bitcoin. All right, we have about 50 minutes left. Come on, squeeze this NRSN. Squeeze the NRSN. VIX is falling. That's going to help the markets. In theory. In theory, it should help the markets. VIX is falling a little bit more now. So is TNA. All right, SPY coming down for another little round of selling. Nothing crazy here yet. Downside target has not been achieved. Still waiting. With it, with it, with it, with it, with it, with it, with it. UCO Bloomberg Crude Bullish ETF yesterday. I took 97 shares early at 27.40, but maybe bottom at 25. As long as it's rising fast as crude oil has corrected, and that ground bottom support should target. Let's take a look at that. So the ticker. So you took an entry at 27.40 there, trade twit, and maybe bottom at 25. Let's just see. Yeah, listen, I mean, this positive that you made your low yesterday on volume. You made a new low today and you're closing back above yesterday's low. So that's actually a short-term positive. I still have a tiny bit of downside, but I mean, I'm splitting hairs here on oil. I think, we should retrace oil back to about 75.80. And then believe it or not, I do have a little bit of a wave lower, especially if the dollar breaks out. Everyone knows that stronger dollar typically hurts oil. And I mean, you have a pretty big down day in the oil in the dollar today. And oil is only up 0.46%. Extremely oversold, though. Don't get me wrong. I do expect a somewhat of a bounce. You're hitting the weekly 200 MA there, trade twit. So, I mean, it's not a bad level. It's certainly not a bad technical level. You've had, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks down in a row, right into the weekly 200 MA. You should get a bounce. You should. But that's where, your position sizing. Anything can go lower. I mean, look at nat gas, anything can go lower. SPY's pushing right back up. Big bounce coming in. Big bounce on the S&P. Hitting some near-term resistance here. So let's just summarize things here. We have 45 minutes left. The VIX is slowly fading as the S&P grinds higher. Bitcoin is making a move. Coin is making a move higher. AMD is still relentlessly strong. NVIDIA is up a couple percent. Apple's up 1%. SPY is up 0.8%. QQQ is the outperformer today, up 1.5%. The dollar took a pretty big hit today, so it's naturally you should expect upside price action in the indices when the dollar's taking that big of a fall. Yields have kind of been up off of the highs of the day. They've fallen, but they're off of the lows, but they are positive today. What else can we do? Natural gas maybe putting in a slight near-term bottoming tail on volume. Oil's turning positive today after relentless selling. VIX is looking like it wants to turn red here. Watching it closely. There's still 40 minutes left. Obviously, yesterday we had a big late day flush. So we'll see. I'm still riding Tesla coin puts. I mean Tesla and NVDA puts. I covered my coins for break even because I saw that going up. Other than that, I mean, we had a couple winners early on. Still holding a SPY short. That one I can hold overnight. It's no options or time, just common shares short. So I'm comfortable holding that one overnight. But it's been a pretty interesting day. I mean, we've had lots of chop and slop, lots of divergences. Gold eking out a small gain, even with the dollar weakness. You know, to me, it looks like a lot of distribution has occurred in this vicinity. I'm not quite trusting this price action yet. I'm actually bearish in the markets in the near and medium term. Doesn't mean there's trades that you can't find on the long side. You just have to know where to look. Everybody, let's get into it. AMD still holding strong. Woo-hoo. Let's get it started in here.
This is another relatively weak stock. It was operating down short. That's why it's not in, and it failed the dollar level, which I usually think if you apply a lot of pressure like this.
All right, SPY's pushing up here. It's looking like it wants to recapture the neckline and close above. You can argue maybe a little micro inverse head and shoulders on SPY that triggered back here. Now I'm just observing it. Left shoulder head, right shoulder. I don't like that right shoulder. It's very small, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt, this pattern, since we are getting a nice squeeze into the end of the day. Neckline is finding some near-term resistance here. Upside off of this takes you back to 458, but remember, we still have that downside that triggered. So you have an upside trigger and a downside trigger. This is what's fascinating. Which one's going to play out? Considering the markets are positive, you want to give it the benefit of the doubt. You likely see upside, but then again, you know, if you trust the technical picture from this little inverse where there was much heavier volume, you could see the downside come to fruition. But definitely multi-patterns at play here. Multi patterns. Coins up 1.55. Tesla's still up 0.89. NVIDIA up. Bitcoin seeing a little potential another round of selling. So I'm actually going to readjust that neckline because we have a new pivot low to trade against on Bitcoin. There's still another head and shoulders that could come into fruition, but it needs to now trigger the new neckline. Just like Google recaptured its neckline, there is still another neckline that it could trigger, and we're just waiting. We are just waiting, but that SPY neckline so far is holding. So far, still 38 minutes. 38 minutes. A 1 hour hanging man potential on the Google, NVIDIA, and Bitcoin, but obviously it has not triggered. So we're at the highs. You have your left shoulder, you have your head, you could be forming a right shoulder here. Your neckline on the Qs would be here. So we'll see if that actually ends up coming to fruition. You can actually see it probably better on the 5-minute chart. But we're going to watch to see if we get a flush in the mega caps. Are we carving a right shoulder here? Time will tell. S&P is getting a little pressure on the sell side. All right, Tesla, hard candle down on Tesla. Hard candle down on Tesla. Let's see if Tesla can flush into the close. Let's see if the whole market can flush into the close. You still have the VIX green, even with the outperformance in the market. Potential head and shoulders on watch on Tesla. You know, a little head and shoulders everywhere developing. They haven't triggered, but you have a little left shoulder here, head, right shoulder. Let's see what we get. I will find a little bit. EMA 113 tap and test. Remember, the bounces off this area have been pretty big, but they're starting to get pierced below. Your bounce is just a little bit above that area, so the trend is slowly weakening, which means buyers are getting exhausted slowly but surely, but markets are still up, so respect that they're up. But again, we have triggered that head and shoulders on the 1 minute here. Target is 470, 457.74. You can see you retraced all the way up here, got rejected at the neckline. You have triggered this little mini inverse, but consider this one had heavier volume. You do want to favor this one. And there's still time to achieve target down here. Don't be surprised. Markets can move. Markets could actually make a new high today and fill this gap for all I know. But based off of the technicals, there's still time to fulfill this downside target. There's still time. Dollar's trying to move up. All right, look at NVIDIA now. Now NVIDIA's tapping the neckline yet again. NVIDIA's been toying with these necklines all freaking day. Notice the same thing. The 113 EMA in orange here, this moving average. You've been bouncing off it. Bounce, pretty big bounce. Retest, bounce, a little bit of a lower high. And you can see we're putting in a lower high on NVIDIA as the trend is slowly starting to curl over. Okay, you can see that. Here's your highs, another higher high, but this high and this high is running out of momentum. And then you bounced, pierced that EMA 113 bounce, but made a lower high yet again. But NVIDIA is just teasing us with these neckline tests. Is it going to break it or is it going to fake it? Right now it's faking us out. S&P is trying to get another push up. VIX is getting a big pop again on the 10-minute chart. We have 30 minutes left. I repeat, 30 minutes left. NVIDIA is holding right now. It is holding. AMD is softening just a little bit here. Apple's starting to curl to the downside. Google's doing another test of the neckline. We'll see if it breaks. I'll be right back in 1 minute. All right, so S&P is just stuck really in a range. NVIDIA's on volume so far. All right, another inverted head and shoulders I'm observing on the SPY. Another potential inverse head and shoulders. Tesla also has one that could be triggering. So if we redo this neckline, you could actually have a pretty big one here. That would be your neckline that you need to break. Still underneath this trend line of resistance, still underneath the main neckline of the head and shoulders it did trigger, but we'll see. NVIDIA's coming right back down to test the neckline. AMD's softening. Tesla's starting to rip a little bit. All right, S&P's falling just a tad. We're still up 17.7% on the NRSN trade. So wonderful, wonderful job if you took that. All right, NVIDIA is still hovering at that neckline. It's been testing it all day. The more and more it tests it, the weaker it gets, but it's still holding, so give it the benefit of the doubt. And here comes SPY pushing up. All right, TNA is also pushing up now. Tesla's pushing up. We now have 29 minutes left in the session. 29 minutes. Oh, MLGO. Look at this thing. Holy motherfucker. If you got caught in this, I'm sorry, you got wrecked. Imagine buying all the way up there. Holy shit, that's in one day? One day? Oh my dear God. I just want to almost bottom pick this for a bounce, but Jesus, Murphy. Holy Hannah. One of the highest flying stocks yesterday. Basically given back. Incredible. You don't see that. And you can imagine. Oh, I'm just amazed. You don't get to see that every day. In one day, that stock was making up hundreds of percent. And now look at it. So you had yesterday over, let me just do a volume check here. And the SPY is falling here, guys. SPY is falling. NVIDIA is coming back down. You had 79 million shares traded yesterday. They pushed it up, made a new high, and then people got wrecked. Another 41 million. Holy fuck. That's insane. That's insane. NVIDIA testing the neckline. SPY coming down. Bring it down, baby. Drop this. Drop it like a rock. All right, inverted head and shoulders on SPY is looking like it needs to fail. It's looking like our downside target is more likely set to occur. I mean, you could still carve out a right shoulder here, but it is looking unlikely. NVIDIA coming back down to the neckline yet again. Downside target has not been achieved yet, but it's looking like it wants more downside. Come on, give it up, NVIDIA. Break the neckline. Let's see a last minute, a 20-minute flusher. VIX is a flush. This is where the bears take control. We saw that yesterday too. Downside target has. Oh, now it's getting wicked back up. This is wild. Bearish engulfing candle on Meta. Google is breaking the neckline. Amazon's coming down. Apple's coming down. Top wick on Microsoft. Things are getting a little more volatile here as we head into the last 26 minutes of the session. Things are going to get wild here. Take a look at what's going on. NVIDIA's testing this neckline break again. SPY is looking weak. Qs are even potentially putting in that rounding right shoulder. VIX is getting a pop, up 1% again, 1310. It is trying to break out, the VIX. The VIX is trying to break out. NVIDIA got It hasn't closed on the 1 minute chart below that neckline. It's still just hovering there. I think it's okay. You might get your first close below the neckline. You just got your first close on NVIDIA. Let's see a flush. Come on. Come on, NVIDIA. The head and shoulders is now triggered. Let's see if we can get some more downside follow through. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Give it up. Let's look at the SPY, because the SPY is going to keep flushing here, in my opinion. Qs are flushing. SPY's flushing. VIX is popping. Here we go. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your hats. Whoa, we also have a bigger head and shoulders that I'm just observing here on SPY that could trigger by the end of the close. Look at that flat bottom neckline. The reason you can use this wick is because you never got a closing price, but you trigger this neckline, and I mean, the bears will take control tomorrow. That's a pretty big downside move on SPY if it is set to occur. It could take you all the way down to 457 on the charts if we trigger. It has not triggered yet. You have that mini one still in play. The downside takes you to 457. If you achieve this downside target and get a close, you will trigger this larger head and shoulders. Watch it closely, people. Watch it closely. NVIDIA back above the neckline. Apple's selling. Google's triggered the head and shoulders. Amazon's falling. Microsoft is now falling as well. Late little sell side pressure into the close, but I've seen in 2 minutes markets rip dollars. So we'll see. But technically speaking, the downside patterns are playing out right now. We're in the money on our SPY short. Still riding puts, which are kind of going against us right now on Tesla and NVIDIA. Basically just slightly down, about 10% now on NVIDIA. About 17% on Tesla. All right, NVIDIA's popping up some more. All right, SPY's getting another dumpy dump candle. Here we go. Will we trigger this other head and shoulders? It's much, much larger intraday 2 minute head and shoulder pattern or 1 minute head and shoulder. We're bouncing and testing the neckline. Come on, baby. Flush it into the close. Flush it into the close. Let's see if we get a flush. NVIDIA, big bounce on NVIDIA. SPY is still holding. SPY's coming back down for another wave. Let's see what type of market action we get. Even Bitcoin might be triggering the next head and shoulders. We will see. You know, you could almost freaking try to bottom pick that MLGO just as a freaking speculation gamble. I mean, expect to gamble, but I almost want to just try to bottom pick this MLGO because it's now down 80%. Jesus, Murphy. Whatever you put in MLGO, though, expect to lose it all. Expect to lose it all. VIX is still getting another pop here. Dollar's getting a little bit of an impressive push into the close, just a minor push. AMD is still acting strong, but it has pulled off of the highs. All right, I'm seeing Apple curling down. Google has triggered the head and shoulders. I'm going to take puts on Google. I'm going to ride them into tomorrow. 1 DTE puts on Google. 136 1 DTE puts on Google. 136 1 DTE puts on Google. So I'm going to play them into tomorrow. Let's see if we can get some continuation downside tomorrow. 136 puts on Google. Riding them into tomorrow. Meta's seeing a hard candle down, but the SPY is pushing up. NVIDIA is seeing some sellers. So where's that SPY bounce coming from? I really don't see it yet. Bitcoin continuing to test the new neckline of the head and 5-minute as well. But BTC is coming down to test the neckline. Google's still selling. Meta's still selling. So this is now a 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. It's much bigger than the previous one. That got negated. So the new downside target. And what's interesting is you have coin actually positive today, up 1.17% as Bitcoin's down. So I think what's going to happen is market makers are trapping a whole bunch of people into Coinbase. And then I think we could see actually Bitcoin flush. And then there could be a big down day tomorrow in coin. So all the people trapped in coin today, because I think it's putting in a little bit of a basing formation to continue higher. It's very rare to see Bitcoin down 1.5, but Coinbase up 1.2. Big divergence there. So one of the stocks or commodities, I guess Bitcoin's a commodity. I don't know if it was deemed a full commodity by the SEC, but we'll call it a commodity for now. So I guess either Coinbase or Bitcoin is lying. Take your pick. VIX is trying to break the 1310 range. It's been rejecting there all day. Is that today earnings? Oh shit, AVGO does have earnings today. At support, I expect this one to get a bounce. It's AVGO is important for the SMH because it's the heaviest weighted semiconductor in the overall SMH. Has a bigger weighting than NVIDIA, AMD. So AVGO earnings are imperative to the semiconductor space, primarily the SMH sector. It will weigh in on the Qs as well. So definitely watch for AVGO. It's interesting to see that we're closing into earnings right inside this heavy reversal candle. Heavy topping tail right there. Last earnings, over here, and ended up having positive. AVGO probably will have positive. It's just a matter of how the market reacts to the data. S&P chart. Well, we have a rally today into the close. NVIDIA is rallying. AMD is trying to push back up. Look at that epic fall, V-shaped recovery. Wow. Google's still coming in a little bit. Microsoft's pushing up. Apple's coming in just a tad. Still up nicely on the session. All right, NVIDIA's tapping, pushing up. Find it peculiar. Semis are rallying into the close right ahead of the AVGO. If AVGO comes in negative, that liquidity gets trapped. So pretty much a little bit of a gamble as people flood into the semiconductors late into the close here. Maybe they know something, maybe they don't. All right, we have 14 minutes left here in the market session. I'm just sitting back, relaxing, enjoying the show. Excuse me. 5-minute bull flag on coin and definitely a bearish price action on Bitcoin. I see total crypto market cap is sitting at 1.55 trillion. I think the next support is at 1.52 trillion and then 1.5, which I think is very likely. I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin flushes after the market closes, just so it traps that Coinbase liquidity. You know, I am seeing coin trying to move up here, diverging from the market, diverging from its underlying asset. Meta's dumping into the close here. So Meta is dumping. Communication stocks are getting hit. We're already up on that Google 1 DTE. We're already up on that Google 1 DTE for tomorrow. But coin still holding strong late into the session here, diverging from Bitcoin's price action. I guess Ethereum is positive today, so a little Ethereum's up 4.97, so maybe that's why coin is performing. But as a whole, I mean, even with ETH up about 4% and Bitcoin down 1.2, the total market cap is just up 0.34%. I guess that's why coin is holding up today. But again, Bitcoin is generally the dominance. Apple selling into the close, Google selling into the close, and Meta selling into the close. A bearish wedge that failed 1, 2, 3 attempts on Meta trying to break out, form a new high, has now failed. Communication stocks under a little bit of pressure here. So Meta has this, it was a bull flag that basically got rejected multiple times here. Now look, you have a bearish range break. So where's the next support on Meta? Well, you have some minor support at these pivots, 323, but ultimately you probably head to 320.22. Super elevated. We have the spout here. This is known as a Wyckoff distribution, a breakout, fake out. Now you're back in the channel. You've done a really good test. Meta is actually a potential short here. Pull up the RSI to see. VIX is moving high of day. So yeah, notice on the RSI too where you have your highs back here. Price action has been falling on the RSI, but you've been making higher highs. Then you've had this sideways chop where the RSI kind of did this double top. You did make a higher high in your price action, but not a higher high in the RSI. And now you've dipped, doing a little bit of a retrace, but Meta's probably a technical short here down to this 280 level. Pushing into the close here. So pushing up. Let's check the 4-hour chart of the Dixie. The Dixie is breaking out of a bearish range. So 350, 10 minutes left in the session, and SPY looks like it has a 2-minute bear flag, wants to trigger that head and shoulders. So we got a picture perfect retrace on the dollar. I'm expecting more dollar upside. Look at that bounce off of technical support. The dollar is trying to have a strong close here. Whoa, NVIDIA is surging into the close here. NVIDIA is surging into the close. Ahead of that AVGO earnings report. That could be a big winning move, or it could come crashing down. But NVIDIA is surging, lifting the Qs. It is lifting the Qs single-handedly, and it's helping gain some momentum in Apple, Microsoft, Tesla. Big push late into the close. It's going to be an interesting market analysis. I'm very curious to see how those AVGO earnings go. Not the earnings, but the reaction. That's what I'm curious about. The SPY chart is still trying to push, despite this mega cap push. VIX is still pushing up.
All right, so with earnings, remember, if you're new to earnings, you should not be.
What do we have? We have 8 minutes left here. 8 minutes left in the close. NVIDIA's new high of day on NVIDIA. Pushing up.
Before or after, not during. If you're going to play with this money, you need to expect to lose it. Plain and simple. He's going to have an IB crush, and we don't win either way.
So I'm just going to take this time to inform you that I do run a Discord service at tradingcapital.ca. Definitely check out my website. It's a fairly cheap Discord price for the value that I offer. A lot of analysis, intraday analysis, live trading, text alerts, entries and exits to all the positions I take, tracking insider buying and selling, provide weekly sector reviews, my insights into the long-term macro, short-term macro, medium-term macro. Hard candle down on the SPY there. But Tesla, so the Qs are diverging from the SPY there. You still have strength coming into Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. And it's a wonder how this red bar down is happening when NVIDIA is still holding, Tesla's still holding, Apple's still holding, Microsoft's still holding. So that's clearly a big sell-off in the S&P 500 stocks, but not the Magnificent Seven. Even Meta's bound. So where's the sell side pressure coming from if you have NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla holding strong here? That's the question. All right, well, we get a little bit of a flush here into the close. Again, you still have strength in the mega caps, but weakness creeping into the S&P. So that must be some pretty hard selling under the hood that is occurring for the markets to be falling and having that big red bar down despite Tesla not reacting, Microsoft barely reacting, Meta pushing up, Amazon holding strong, Apple still holding. So maybe we get a little bit of a push. Dollar at 103.57. Heavy volume coming in. We have 6 minutes left of the market trading session. Big push coming into play. All right, S&P, big push, huge volume coming in.
I'm sorry. I have an unpopular opinion. I apologize. If you don't like it, play the other way. It is what it is. Your hedge is going to be 510.
When is Lulu report? Is that today? Oh shit, that is today. Is that after the bell? Yeah, that's after the bell. Wow. Let's see how extended Lulu is. Forgot Lulu was say. So Lulu, AVGO, DocuSign are some of the household names. Excuse me. SPY still in that wide range red bar, despite strength in NVIDIA and Apple. Microsoft starting to fall a little bit. Meta's got a huge push back inside that bullish wedge. Wow, look at Lulu. I mean, that's pretty much probably going to be a short on any pop for Lulu. Definitely a short trade. S&P still stuck in that same range, hasn't moved. I'm just trying to see the Lululemon weekly chart. But definitely a positive day for the Qs. There's a lot to discuss. We're at a very tricky inflection point here. Did get a positive close there, eh? Very interesting. Very interesting. Fuck, so if Lulu pops to basically... SPY's getting another push to the high side here. AMD's finishing strong. NVIDIA's finishing phenomenally strong.
Okay, listen carefully on DocuSign. $57 call, 5/7, December 15th.
2 minutes left into the close. 2 minutes. SPY finishing at the high of the range here.
$57 call, December 15th, $41 put, December 8th.
Oh, why does my broker do that to me? I hate my broker sometimes. They always try to log me out early, right at the close. They always try to do this weird ass little fucking glitch, man. I gotta contact them. Alright, so I apologize about the NVIDIA and Tesla puts. They finished worthless. I apologize about that. You don't win every trade. This is just an example. That position sizing is important. Unfortunately, those day trades beat up, but it was a pretty successful day. I mean, we still won some shorts. We closed a couple swing trades at over 9% trade on Fisker, banked on Tesla. That was a pretty big win on Tesla. But on that note, the market is set to close in right now. So to sum things up, positive day for tech, positive day for SPY, positive day for the Russell 2000. The dollar did finish the day at the highs of the session, but down quite substantially. Nat gas has put in a little bit of a potential bottoming tail. Still have 59 minutes left. Oil getting a small uptick up 0.64%. AVGO and Lululemon earnings and DocuSign after the bell. Watch out that we have triggered a potential head and shoulders on the SPY. 1 minute chart downside has not finished. Today was a weird day because you did see protection being bought in the VIX, even though the indices were up quite substantially. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Definitely stay tune in for tomorrow's stream. We'll see if it's a VIX Crush Friday and if the markets finish positive,